Sound check 1, 2.
I can hear you.
Ms. Kunkel, Ms. Boulay, are you both ready?
Good morning.
Judge, I'm ready. Sorry.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Aviv Segev. I'm the administrative law judge assigned to hear proceeding number 23F-0170EG. This meant, sorry?
No.
Mr. Hilton, would you kindly mute
Yes.
yourself until?
Hilton.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. This matter comes for a hearing pursuant to decision number R23-0355-I. I am now calling the hearing to order. Before we start with entries of appearance, I want to inform or remind the attendees that both the audio and video feeds of this proceeding are being webcasted. We're also recording this hearing, and we have a court reporter who is transcribing everything that is being said. To avoid background noise, please keep your microphones muted until it is your turn to speak. When you do speak, please speak loudly and clearly, and do not talk over one another so we can have a good record. Also, Zoom has a chat function. I'm asking you that you do not use it to get my attention during the hearing. Let's start with entries of appearance. Mr. Hilton, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and spell your last name for the record.
It's me, Paul Hilton, Hilton.
Thank you. Mr. Sopkin, can you please enter your appearance?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Greg Sopkin, representing Black Hills Colorado Electric LLC and Black Hills Colorado Gas Inc., doing business as Black Hills Energy.
Thank you both. I'll try to explain how these hearings work. First, since you, Mr. Hilton, filed the complaint in this proceeding, you have the burden to prove that the allegations in your complaint are true. This means that you, Mr. Hilton, will present the evidence first. You're welcome to testify and present whatever documents you wish as exhibits. You do not need to ask yourself questions. You can simply testify in narrative form. If you ask for any documents to be admitted into evidence, I will give the respondent, through Mr. Sopkin, an opportunity to object. Mr. Sopkin can object if he believes there is a legal reason for why I should not admit the document you're offering into evidence as an exhibit. Once you presented your evidence, Mr. Hilton, it will be Black Hills' turn to present its evidence. If the respondent asks for any documents to be admitted into evidence, I will give you, Mr. Hilton, the same opportunity to object. And if you believe there is a legal reason for why I should not consider the document into evidence, you may, of course, object, and I will render a decision right there and then. Mr. Hilton, I understand that you've uploaded all the documents that you wish to present today at the hearing. Is that correct? Would you please unmute yourself?
Yes, sir.
And the documents, I saw that there's and was notified by my clerk that there's I'm sorry. The exhibit number is it was placed with a marker, with a blue marker on the face of the first.
No. I'm sorry.
No, it was not.
No, I couldn't hear.
Oh, I'm saying that the exhibits that you've uploaded onto box.com, thank you for doing that, included that they were marked, but the marking was with the blue marker across the first page of each of those documents. We could, since this is for identification purposes only, and we have the name of the file, I don't believe it is crucial for
Right,
us,
exactly.
to make
Right.
that correction.
Sure.
Let me ask Mr. Sopkin if he agrees with that, or if we might want to consider editing those with your permission. Mr. Sopkin, do you have any thoughts on the marking of the exhibits? And there are no page numbers, but the PDF, of course, has a page number feature. So well, I'll let you say what you think.
Your Honor, we're entirely flexible on this. So however it's marked is okay with us.
Okay. All right. Since I've taken a very quick look, and the exhibits do appear to be legible. So we will make sure that we properly identify each document that you, Mr. Hilton, seek to admit into evidence. And we'll go from there. I don't believe it is necessary. If we run into issues, Mr. Hilton, I may ask for a recess and for you to give us the permission to place the exhibit number as well as the page number for each of the exhibits on the exhibits. But again, I think we can just go ahead and proceed in the way the documents are marked right now, and see where we go. Mr. Hilton, are you ready to present your case? You're muted, Mr. Hilton.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And I very good. Thank you. I suggest that you keep your now that you're presenting your case. I suggest you keep your microphone as it is right now, unmuted, until you've completed your testimony. So when you're ready,
Yes, sir.
please go ahead.
Let me first explain. The documents, every exhibit is the documents in order as it should be. It's not like the markings are just, it's a lot of evidence, sir, that had to keep it in order.
Understood.
Let's just begin. So I'm gonna make the statement and I'll ask for the evidence to exhibit. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Ask for the exhibit first.
No.
Okay.
Please go ahead with your statement. Then go ahead. Thank you. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Mr. Hilton, I'm sorry. I neglected to.
No.
So would you please raise your right hand?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you swear or
Yes,
affirm
sir.
that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may put your hand down and continue. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. In mid-December 2021, it was the beginning of my Black Hills Energy bill. I first bought this house in November. My electric service account was account number 584-697-0986. Exhibit 100. It's my welcome letter. Shows my account number from Black Hills. Can we present that, please? Okay. I'm going to touch that. So, yeah, this letter is the first letter I received. Welcome to Black Hills Energy. This is on December 17th, 2021.
May I interrupt? I'm so sorry. I had trouble with my audio and I had to disconnect and reconnect. I am so very sorry.
Uh-oh.
So, Mr. Hill, would you please restart from the beginning with your testimony?
Fine. That's fine. That's fine. Are you ready?
Sorry? Mr. Hilton, the court reporter had audio issues. So
I'm here. I heard
please,
it.
and we need to have everything on the record. So
I heard it.
okay, all right. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, in mid-December 2021 was the beginning of my Black Hills Energy service. For both gas and electric service, my account number was 584-697-0986. Exhibit 100, I'm showing my welcome to Black Hills Energy letter here, stating my account number and the date I started service.
Okay. Would
Okay,
you
continue?
would you like? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine. I will continue. Everybody ready? Is it over? They sure?
I'm
Any
sorry.
issues?
Would you like me to consider admitting this document into evidence now, or do you have anything else to say about it before I ask Mr. Sopkin if he has any objections? Sorry, the audio appears to be breaking. Mr. Hilton, the audio is not very good. Perhaps, Mr. Hilton, could you turn off your video?
Huh?
While you let's see if that helps.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can hear you better now. I did not hear your answer. You might have answered, but I did not hear your answer to my question, whether you'd like me to consider this document into evidence, to admit this document into evidence.
Yes, please.
Mr. Sopkin, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit, what's been marked is hearing exhibit 100 with the blue marker across the face of the first page of the is admitted. I just Mr. Hilton, I just want to make sure
that evidence. Okay.
I just want to make sure we're admitting the correct document into evidence.
Sure.
Hearing exhibit 100 is admitted. Go
Continue.
ahead.
Okay. Prior to service in connection to December, I had an inspection, initial inspection before service. And I remember I was there. The guy said I was unable to have gas. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no record. They told me there's no record of ever having gas usage in this residence. Okay. And an attempt to get evidence about that inspection, I was unsuccessful. Black Hills wouldn't even fill my Colorado PUC data request forms. I know they received an exhibit 101, please.
Thank you.
Exhibit 101 is showing the properly filled out Colorado PUC request and an email letting me know that they received my request and they will get back to me shortly. I never heard back from them. Yes, admitting evidence.
I understand. Stephanie, would you please scroll up to the top of the document?
Mm-hmm.
So can you tell us a little bit more about the document before I consider to admit this?
Well, learning about the Colorado PUC, I need more information on my account. I'm not sure. I don't want to say everything now to go on. I wasn't able to get. Okay, so for the whole the formal hearing and complaints before was coming up, but I wasn't able to get, but she wasn't getting my data request record, so the information that I was unable to acquire.
Mr. Hilton, could you please repeat that last sentence?
I requested by Colorado PUC forms, requested data, information on my data. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm not going on. So I did Colorado data request forms to Black Hills. I did two, one for electric, one for gas. This is 101. Black Hills received it. I never received my request.
Okay. Mr. Sopkin, do you have any objection to the admission of what's been marked as Exhibit 101 into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been marked as Exhibit 101 is admitted. You may proceed, Mr. Hilton.
Okay. On March 22nd, 2023, I attempted to get billing history from the start of service from Black Hills. So my preferred method of contact by email. This email I'm going to present has some bad words, but you must remember, I had just paid my monthly bill every month in March automatically. I also had disconnection like the day before this, and I had forced to pay another more money. So it's all going to where we're going. So, right.
Okay.
I get no, hold on, sorry. So no disconnection notes, no, they didn't care about any of that, give me that. They're supposed to pay more money. They're all pissed. I want to answer. I want to present Exhibit 102. On that day or day following, I think the server turned off the day before that. We the whole stop from top to bottom, no read to the email. It's from me to her. And finally, the budget just gave me to August. But finally, I got my bill history all the way from 12/2021 to 3/2023. And we keep going up. This is the initial email. Go ahead. Keep going up here. It's all in one. At the bottom here, it's showing the top of that form opens up. It's still saying my account number. Let's watch this account numbers here. Yes, only submitting evidence.
Okay. Mr. Sopkin, do you have an objection to the introduction of hearing exhibit, to what's been marked as hearing exhibit 102?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 102 is admitted.
When you're ready. I'm not here.
Okay, would you like to say anything else about hearing exhibit 102 or?
No, sir, I would like to proceed. I would like to proceed. No more to say about 102, please submit in evidence.
Yeah, so hearing exhibit 102 was admitted.
Thank you. Ready? Proceed.
Would you like my clerk to display hearing exhibit 103?
Not yet. Let me explain it first.
Not yet. Okay. So can we
Ready?
put 102? Sorry.
I'm sorry. They have a camera or something like we're not speakers for. Okay, I'm ready to proceed.
Okay. Stephanie, would you please put hearing exhibit 102, and Mr. Hilton, please proceed.
Okay, we did 102. We're on 103 now, sir.
Oh, okay. I
Let's go now.
misunderstood.
It's okay.
All right.
Hold on.
Apologies. Okay, here we're one.
It's fine.
This is 103.
So, Black Hills and I, we had mediation scheduled. We had 2 mediations. On the second mediation, on the first mediation, for the second mediation, I was promised to get those data request forms so I could look back on my billing history. That Black Hills decided to give me a version of their billing history and spend 3 hours of a mediation to discuss it. This is only the first page of the mediation. The mediation started off that when I bought my house in November here.
Mr. Hilton, you're welcome to testify as to whatever you want to testify, but I would caution you with testifying about issues that were raised. So I'm new to this case, and I want to treat it with all. I don't know what happened during mediation, and I don't want to know. I want you to present the best case you can to me, and I'm sure the respondent will do the same thing. And then based on testimonies, I will render a decision. I do not want to rely on anything that said or not said in the what's it called, in the mediation.
Okay, Your Honor, I wasn't going to repeat the mediation. I was just saying we went to mediation. Listen, we're here. Not to see. I apologize.
No need to apologize. Just if you'd like me to consider admitting hearing exhibit 103 into evidence, just tell me what it is.
I want to explain what it is.
Okay.
This is the Black Hills, the request I asked for my billing history from start of service. Like this billing history, like there says, on 12/30. They gave me this billing history on the 15th of May or something, but this billing history is incorrect. Your Honor, we're here today because I filed a complaint against Black Hills because they have incorrectly billed me for months. I'm here to prove it.
Okay, well, let's start with this. Would you like me to admit hearing exhibit 103 into evidence? Okay.
Please.
Mr. Sopkin, any objections?
Your Honor, this appears to be some type of screenshot of a billing history that was done by Black Hills for Mr. Hilton. And this is not the complete document. The document is several pages long and is much larger than this. In the interest of completeness, we have the complete document. And we have marked that as exhibit 204 in box.com. So I have no objection to admitting this document. I would just note that it is incomplete, and at the right time, we will be seeking to admit exhibit 204. We could admit that now instead of this. I don't really care. I just wanted to note there is a more complete copy of this.
Okay. Duly noted, Mr. Sopkin. Mr. Hilton, would you like my clerk to display hearing exhibit 204? You'll get the opportunity to review it, or would you like me to just admit this, what appears to be an incomplete document, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 103? It is your call, Mr. Hilton. What would you like to do?
I'm sure I have the complete document. This document is the first page of the document. The first page of the document says that I was getting energy assistance on my first bill. So this first page is incorrect. So this Black Hills whole version is incorrect and invalid. This election is 103.
Okay. So your desire is for me to admit hearing exhibit 103. Is that correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. I do have the whole file, but it's really not worth reading.
Oh, okay.
This is not correct.
All right, I understood. And,
Yes, sir.
and your explanation is understood as well, Mr. Sopkin. Hearing exhibit 103 is admitted.
Thank you. Proceed.
You may proceed, Mr. Hilton. I just admitted into evidence what's
Okay.
been marked as hearing exhibit 103, and you may give me a further explanation as to anything you wish about the hearing exhibit 103, or move forward with your testimony. Either way is fine.
No, just that make sure that we look at the first page of the building. They're saying I had energy assistance, but that's okay. It's invalid. Now let's move on. Thank you, sir. Okay. Deep, okay? Black Hill budget building deep. This definitely caused me issues. On March 29, 2023, so looking at other costs and credit adjustments on the bill, I had $906, they say, for budget billing termination. And that's not true. See, back in September 2016, back in September 2022, see, I made sure budget billing was terminated. I want to present exhibit number 104. Now, after being forced to pay like double my usual payment on my light bill in the month of May, I get this disconnection notice for $1,500. If you look at highlighted here on other charges, it's saying $900 for budget billing termination, $900. So see, we had issues before. And I know on my billing history here, the official, my budget billing was terminated 9/16/22. You scroll down. So why am I getting billed in March? I mean, we'll see. I'll show you.
Could you give us a little bit? Could you give me a little bit more about what's contained in this hearing exhibit, Mr.
Okay.
Hilton?
Okay. So on March 21st, my electricity was set to shut off. Okay. I had called. They said I owed more money. I had just paid money. Okay. I paid them another $248. A couple of days later, I get that bill for $1,500. So now I own $1,500 more by April 17th. I'm going to show with documents and statements I provide how much money they owe me exactly and how much credit they owe me exactly. We're just starting.
Mr. Hilton, could you repeat your last sentence, please?
I'm going to show how much money Black Hills, how much. I'm not sure everything, but I'm going to show this. Let's continue because budget billing was terminated on September 2022. So my April bill, $1,500 for $900 budget billing should never be on my bill. I gave no authority for budget billing ever. Let's see it now. Show me. I want to see some evidence.
All right. Would you like me to
Yes.
admit hearing exhibit 104? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sopkin, any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 104 into evidence?
Your Honor, the only issue I'm confused about is the third page of this document, whether that page was part of the original document or if that's from something else.
No, sir. That's put my statement that budget billing, residents charged budget billing on that bill in March when budget billing was terminated on September 16th, 2022. It should never be budget billing for $900 on that bill. That's incorrect.
But no. My question as well now is whether the third page that's now exhibited on the
Yes,
Zoom
sir.
screen was a part of the document that
Yes.
that starts
No,
page
no,
one?
no.
No, okay.
Your
All right.
Honor, I'm just trying to show that budget building was $1 here in my bill, and that cost $1,000 in the overpayments and missing testing, and let's proceed, and I'll show you.
Okay, so what is the source of the third page of this document?
That is
Where
the billing history that I was sent by Black Hills on 3/22/2022. I just showed you the front. I have the whole document. I'll show you.
I understand. So again, can you repeat where this document is from?
Okay, hold on.
It's contained
Hold on.
in other documents.
One second, Your Honor. Hold on. Let's go back to Exhibit 102, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Exhibit 102, let's take our time here. This is me emailing Black Hills on the day after my disconnection. I wanted my whole billing history because I don't know how I owe them so much money. You understand me? It's like they're terrorizing with intimacy. This scroll up, and you read it, I had some bad words here. At first, they only wanted to give me August. I didn't want that. And then here, they were actually had privacy, it's all confidence. But anyway, right here, Paul Hilton, they sent me my billing history back in March.
Can you slow down a little bit, please?
Listen now. This is my billing history that I requested day after my electricity was terminated without notice. I want to know what the heck was going on. After paying $450, I'm not talking about that yet, so we'll move on. But that is the document they sent me. I have more, I'm going to show it all.
all right, so just to make sure I understand, the third page of hearing exhibit 104 was sent to you by Black Hills on March 22nd, 2023 in the attachment to this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. On that, given this, just hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Sopkin, do you have any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 104?
I'm just waiting for the full scroll down here.
Okay, of course.
Go ahead, keep on. To the bottom here, that's the first page I have gotten. I opened the document.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, this last page of Exhibit 102 is
the first page of the document sent from Black Hills directly on March 22nd, 2023. Yes, sir. It's the whole document, the whole history. We're going to go through it all.
Okay, I understand that. If you could please let me finish, Mr. Hilton.
Yes, sir.
So my understanding is this last page of Exhibit 102 is the beginning of the same document. That is the third. If I can finish, Mr. Hilton.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Is the last page is the beginning of the same document that has the last page of Exhibit 104. If that's correct, I have no objection to the admission of Exhibit 104.
So, Mr. Hilton, is that correct? So the first page.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you both. Hearing exhibit 104. I'm assuming, I don't know if I asked you, would you like me to?
I'm sorry. No. Okay. Sorry. We're on. Yes. I'm sorry.
Would you like me to admit hearing exhibit 104 into evidence, Mr. Hilton?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hearing exhibit 104 is admitted. You may proceed, Mr. Hilton.
Now, see, I've tried to explain to Black Hills that it's impossible for me to be on LEAP when I first started. When I first moved here, they were telling me to go on LEAP when I moved here. It was on beach. I would have never qualified for any of that. See, I didn't even know those were 2021. The only reason why LEAP stepped in, they told me after they contacted me, was because they got word that my house was non-heatable in middle of January 2022 in sub-zero weather. Hold on.
Your house, yeah, I'm sorry, I did not get that. The house was what?
Well, I'll be in charge for services for Black Hills when it's impossible to have services here. I just bought the house.
Okay. Understood.
Okay, let me say. So, listen. One of Black Hills claims, you're going to see this as we proceed. One of Black Hills claims, the LEAP and beat service, I don't understand Black Hills. I've been it for 40 years before I bought my first home. This is really teaching me, and the bills are cheap. They had me in the hole, Your Honor, $1,500. Now, I'm going to prove, right now, with evidence that I don't know what was going on in my account, but it wasn't good, okay? You understand me, sir?
Yes.
So these documents and these statements I'm submitting are more working towards all the issues that I know when they apply for the answers, or I know what they said happened, but that's not what happened. I can document everything.
Okay. And so, would you like us to put hearing exhibit 105 on the screen?
Yes, sir, please.
But thank you.
Okay. Now, hold on. Now, Black Hills claims that I had a leak when I started my service. See, leak stepped in because at my house, I had a 1958 furnace in the floor. It was a big mess. Finally got stuff going by last year, but by later last year on the furnace. But then they charged me money and made me pay extra money because they claim being on LEAP makes you be on their service called BEEP, which I don't know what the hell that is. We'll get to that. Then I'll submit the payments that were made for me to my account from LEAP, the program LEAP, on 6/18/2022, on November 30th, 2022, and March 1st, 2023. Yes, I'd like to submit 105, please.
So what's appearing now on the screen and has been marked as hearing exhibit 105 are the two pages are a part of the same document. Is that correct?
No, it's two different letters. It's two different letters from the same place. LEAP. I'm trying to show. That's what I'm trying to show. The amount of money LEAP gave me on my own gas account, I understand, and the dates they provided them from. I want to have that marked as evidence, please.
Okay, so the second page is dated November 1st, 2022, and the first one, I missed that part.
It's all highlighted. Every date is highlighted here.
June 18th.
Okay. Now, okay, those are the same dates, okay?
Mr. Hilton, would you like me to admit hearing exhibit 105 into evidence?
Please, yes, sir.
Mr. Sopkin, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 105 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may continue to explain anything you wish about hearing exhibit 105 or move on with your testimony.
No, sir. I just want to make a note. The amount that I was given to by LEAP and the dates they were given to me. That's it, sir. Please. Thank you. Okay. All right. The bill history I got from Black Hills on March 22nd, 2023 is not perfect, but it's better than what Black Hills had. That's not possible. All right. Here, I have, let's submit exhibit number 106. This is also another page from the same document I got on 3/22/2000 or 3/22/2003. No, this is this one here. All right, hold on, let's go here. I'm sorry. No, let me do it. So I'm going to highlight my payments. Let's go back to the beginning, please. The first page, please. Can you go down? The first page is highlighted. All right. The yellow is my bill date. Okay, make sure. The yellow my bill dates. The greens are my date and the month I paid. Okay. The red on 12/30 is my first day of starting my bill service. All right, let's move to the next page. Note, every bill, every payment. There's no leak service, there's no energy system service. As we move on, we can continue here. The green is what I pay. The yellow on my bill and the date the payments. We can keep going up, please. Okay, bill. Let's go up one more.
That's all the way at the bottom.
No, this is fine. Yeah, this one. So we can see that on this bill statement, on my billing history, there's no record of any energy assistance payments until after. Well, we'll get to that. But yes, I will submit 106 into evidence, please.
All right, Mr. Sopkin, do you have any objections?
Can we scroll up to the page
Yeah.
above, please?
The first 106. No, all
Did
of
you say
that.
the page above or the first?
The
Yeah,
first
the page above.
No, what that. Okay.
Okay, and then one page above, please. All right, and one more page above. Okay, no objection, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 106 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may continue to talk about hearing exhibit 106 or move on.
No, I just want to make note. These exhibits are showing the date of my first service, the bills I received, and the payments I made.
Understood. Thank you.
Ready to continue?
Would you
Yeah.
like us to put hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 107 on the screen?
No, not yet, please.
Okay,
That's fine. Yes, sir. Exhibit 107. Let's do it. I just built like that. Let's do it like that. It's recorded. Okay. So Black Hills answer they filed with my formal complaint. I found out that on June 10th, 2022, I paid my ex-wife's light bill from April 2018 of $417. This is deducted out of my payments, out of my account, unknowingly. Here, this is 107 shows their answer highlighted where they're explaining that I guess my ex, I'm not sure what happened here. But yeah, yeah, this is remarkable here. This big faux pas. Okay, we're going to move on. I would like to admit exhibit 107 showing Black Hills explained that they took $417 out of my account without me knowing to pay my ex-wife's light bill.
okay, it's one page, okay.
Yes, sir. Section E on the answer.
I understood. Just one quick second here.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Sopkin, any objections to the admission of hearing to what's been marked as hearing exhibit 107?
Your Honor, no objection. I would just note here as well that this is an incomplete document. This is a single page from our answer to the complaint, and at the right time, we will be seeking admission of hearing exhibit 203, which is a complete version of the answer to the complaint.
Understood. Thank you for that. Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 107 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may talk about hearing exhibit 107, or I'll proceed with your testimony.
No, sir, I would like this 107 solid evidence, please. Let's move on. I would like to look now. If Black Hills had let me know in June 2022, instead of telling me in a letter, in the answer that I received sometime late May 2023, that they had been told about taking $417 out of my account, I would present exhibit 108, please. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what happened with my ex-wife, but I moved out of there January 2018, and I moved in somewhere else. But showing here, I paid the light bill on February 2nd, 2008, which is mentioned in the answer about they gave initials, but and then William Fenton also gave him a money order for make sure everything would be good, but I had been gone for a while. But they had billed me for something that I did not know about, $417. I would like to find evidence and move on, please.
Mr. Hilton, I'm not clear can you repeat your explanation as to what's been marked as hearing exhibit, is it 108? Yes. What each of the pages would depict? So what's the first page of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 108? Could you please tell me?
Okay, listen, both documents of 108 are showing that I had moved out of residence, that they had me pay. Okay, so I'm not sure. I kind of had her electricity go off months after I moved out of her house. Okay, so I got bill served with Black Hills June 10th, 2022. They deducted $417 out of my account. I'm knowing to pay her light bill. I'm not sure exactly when her lights went off, but I was just present these receipts showing before I left. I made sure they only had $75.
Okay. Mr. Sopkin, any objection to the admission exhibit? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you not done, Mr. Hilton, explaining?
I'm here. Huh?
Okay. But okay.
Hello?
I thought you had something else to say. Mr. Sopkin, do you have any objection to the admission of hearing what's been marked as hearing exhibit 108?
Yeah, Your Honor, in light of the fact that we have already credited to Mr. Hilton the amount at issue with regard to this particular issue, we have no objection to the admission of this document.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 108 is admitted.
Thank you. May I continue? Your Honor.
Yes, you, of course, you may continue. Present hearing
all right.
exhibit 109 on the screen.
Let me say, yeah, that Hills did say in the answer that they would waive the $417. Hold on, wait a minute. That doesn't reflect on my bill history. Okay, let's get it 109. So we present that. Are you ready? Okay. This is what they. I didn't notice. This is when they took the 400. Okay, I had just paid $300. This is the payment. My bill was $360. I had just paid it, but never mind. 6/10/2022, they took $417. I guess these two account numbers or hers or whatever, and put it on somebody else's account that moved out 5 years or 6 years ago. That's what it said. But it caused ripples. See, my bill went from $300 now to $1,003 in the red here, and 9 cents. I tried to pay. I paid them $500 on another payment. I can't pay 2 payments in the same month. And then I paid them again another $200 on that bill. So I'm trying to catch up with that bill. You see in the green here, because of that $417 here, I can never catch up now. I'm on $1,000. Okay, one effective before.
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Hilton, I was able to follow you, but can you please slow down a little bit, especially for the benefit of the court reporter? You may proceed. Just speak a little bit more slowly.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I could hear you before as well. I was just asking that you speak more slowly.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So yeah. So this is showing the entry of the effect when took the $417 out, and I can the blue are my payments because I just moved. I just by myself. A lot of things going on, and I was just looking at bills, trying to pay and catch up. I wasn't really micromanaging the bills, but here you see, and I stopped trying to calculate and catch up from the $417 my bill. I'm at $1,700. So see, this is to be ignored. I'll let you mention evidence, please.
Okay. Can you show us what's on the second page and tell us what's on the second page on of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 109?
Judge, I'm moving to the second page and it looks like it's filed in duplicate.
Oh, it's the same page?
What are we talking about? What happened?
Oh, so it looks like it's the same page twice, right? So the first page and the second page.
109?
Yes. Do you see that, Mr. Hilton, that they're both the same page?
That's not right. Yeah. That's not correct. I'm sorry. It's not correct, sir. Those are one. Yes, the same. Yes, sir.
They are the same. Is that, do you see that, Mr. Hilton? Okay.
But yeah, it was a mistake. So it was one document. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. And would you like, Mr. Hilton, would you like me to consider admitting in what's been marked as hearing exhibit 109 into evidence? Would you like me to admit this document into evidence, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, please.
Mr. Sopkin,
yes.
Do you have objections to what's been marked as hearing exhibit 109 into evidence?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 109 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may continue talking about hearing exhibit 109, or we can move on with your testimony.
No, I understand that he'll said the way, but no, not possible. The ripple effect that caused a big headache, a big issue. Now let's submit that evidence and move on, please.
Mr. Hilton, could you repeat that last sentence, please?
I would like to submit that in evidence and move on, please.
Okay, so hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 109 was already admitted. Thank you. Stephanie, would you please put what's been marked as hearing exhibit 110 on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please go on, Mr. Hilton.
Now, see, I didn't find out till November of 2022. And now, not only has Black Hills deducted money from my account and not only disconnections without notice, but they had separated my bill. I had two account numbers. Now, I have a separate gas and electric started, like, I don't know when it started, but I found out in November 2022 that my account numbers were separated. And I would like to. And this is email of them trying to tell me about I wasn't paying my light bill, and they were saying that, well, I have an account number. It's now 641.
Mr. Hilton, if you're still speaking, you got cut off. I believe your audio got cut off. So are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. So,
Hello.
repeat. We can hear you. Repeat the last sentence, please. Your last sentence.
After making payments, I guess to the wrong account number, I found out November 2022 in this email that I have two account numbers. Apparently, I would know, so I was paying to the wrong account number. I'd like to need some evidence showing.
Okay. So briefly describe. So what's on the first page of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 110?
This is the whole email from Black Hills web form email service, their customer service. You look on the top here, it shows date with web form submission, It's the whole conversation.
Okay.
My whole part, yeah.
Okay, and what can we? So what's on the second page of this document?
This one page. It's one email. Sorry, it's one email. I just want to show. I found out that I've already discussed about my bill payments since that November 2022. I'd like to put an evidence showing that we've already discussed about my billing problems, my billing issues here.
All right, and I'm assuming you would like me to consider admitting hearing exhibit 110 into evidence. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Salki,
Yes.
any objections to the admission of hearing what's been marked as hearing exhibit 110 into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 110 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may continue to talk about hearing exhibit 110 or proceed with your testimony. Mr. Hilton, you may proceed. Mr. Hilton, are you there? Okay, we can hear you now. You may proceed with your testimony. Mr. Hilton, proceed.
111.
111.
I put, sir.
Thank you.
It's on the top was scroll down.
Okay, Can you please tell us what is this document that's presented on the screen right now?
Okay, this is another part of my billing history I've received on 3/22/2022. There's a lot of things going on, issues going on with my billing history here. It's transfers on here that are difficult to explain. Here, let's start here, right here. Hold on, don't move here. Don't move yet. Okay. On June 30th, 2022, I paid $530.06. Then on 7/21/2022, a transfer of $530.06 went to an account that's not my account number. It's just gas. It's post number, but it's not mine. So
Okay. All right, Mr. Hilton, what's on the second page of this document? Mr. Hilton, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. I think you're muted again.
now, you good?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So,
Hello? Okay. All right. All right, sir. Here. Transfer again. On 11/8/2022, is $162. Look at all these account numbers. None of these account numbers are my number. They all look like my number, but they're not. This is in my billing history. Can go to the next page, please. Scroll up. Right here. I don't know what this is, but I know 620. Okay, all right, no. Hold on, stop. Right here. Here on 6/30/2022. I know it's $620 taken from my account. Bounced all around. Oh no.
okay, so I'm assuming you'd like me to consider admitting what's been marked as hearing exhibit 111 into evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Hilton?
Yep.
Mr. Sopkin, any objection?
Sir, please.
Thank you. Mr. Sopkin, any objection?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 111 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may proceed with your testimony.
Let me do 112, please.
Go on, Mr. Hilton. Hearing exhibit one, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 112 is on the screen right now. Please tell us what this document is. I think you're muted. We can hear you now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Exhibit 112, please.
It shows up on this. It's showing up on the screen right now.
Shit. Okay. One thing we do agree on, Black Hills, from beginning of service in 12/21 to March 2023, my gas total was $842.21. My electric bill total was $1,621.48. Exhibit 112 shows the bill history costs.
Okay, so it's a okay, anything else you'd like to tell me? Would you like me to consider admitting what's been marked as hearing exhibit 112 into evidence, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Sopkin, any objection?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 112 is admitted. You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Hilton.
Okay. I do understand that during monthly service charges that see January 2022, February 2022, March 2022, and April 2022. Can we pull up 113, please? On these dates, there was no gas service at my residence, so I should not have been charged any amount, but just service fees. I understand $16 a day for service. I understand that possibly. Let's move scroll up. One. Explain time dated January 24th. When I tried the water heater, I just bought the house. It leaked everywhere. That was ripped out. Control up again. January 24th. Go one more. January 25th. We had to rip the floor out, get the old heater out. We had to cut a hole in the wall, and we had to wait for a new wall furnace to come. Okay, this is January 25th. There was no heat charges in that, no heat charges on those months. There's no, I'm sorry, not heat, there's no gas used. Everything here is electric. You can see in the photo here in the back where heat the place. Well, there was stove there, it's all open there, but they were working.
Okay.
113 evidence, please.
What about the fourth page of this document?
Okay. Yeah. And what I'm doing is I'm calculating the money that was paid and the money that was overpaid, any money that was I'm adding up everything. Now $120 paid to Back Hills on 6/30/2023. I have no idea where it came from. I don't know where that, I don't know what happened to that. I'm adding up, I don't know why that's been.
All right.
But yeah, I'm into exhibit 113.
Yeah, so
I'll show you.
can you tell us how you obtained the third page of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 113? I'm sorry, the fourth page, I apologize.
Email from Back Hills saying I received the payment. They received the payment from me for $120 the other day, or 6/30/2023. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sopkin, any objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 113?
Your Honor, I simply have a question about the third page of the document.
Okay.
And this is in the nature of voir dire. Is this supposed to show an absence of a water heater or an absence of a furnace?
I have no crawl space, everything on one floor. The water heater, the round room, the larger room, the kitchen, bedroom.
Mr. Hilton, could you start that over, please?
I have no.
If you would, I think Mr. Sopkin is asking a legitimate question. Just very slowly. The question is whether the picture contained in the third page of hearing exhibit 113 intends to show that you were using an electrical oven to heat your house,
no furnace.
and or
There's no furnace.
the absence, I'm sorry, just let me quickly finish. The absence of a furnace in the what is the hole in the wall? Is that where the furnace goes, or?
Okay. The old furnace was in the floor down there. We had to cut that hole. Oh my God. So I started service. There's a hole in my closet used to go to the old furnace. Nobody can get down there. I couldn't, the serviceman couldn't. There's no way like the old furnace. So the old furnace is no good. They charge for gas, but I didn't have gas uses at my residence. In the month of January, February, March, and April of 2022.
Okay, but yes, well, let me just do this. Mr. Sopkin, based on the explanation you just received, do you have any objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 113?
Yes, with the understanding that the hole in the wall, as I understood it, is supposed to show no furnace. With that understanding, I have
Yes,
no.
no furnace. Yes. I can show you this now. It is different now. It's fixed, but that was like a years ago. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right, Mr.
Where
Hilton,
would be?
Mr. Hilton, hold on. So, just thank you. What's been marked as hearing exhibit 113 is admitted.
Okay.
And Mr. Hilton, you may proceed. With
Let's hold on with the exhibits. Okay, listen. Okay. So the day that they charged me is $205. I'm adding up all the money I paid over or credited over. Leak gave me $630 on the 29th, $355 on gave me okay. I'm sorry, hold on. So after $1,340 in gas payments, $840 of usage. Right now, I should be, oh no, I'm under $637 on my gas bill.
okay. Mr. Hilton, would you like us to present what's been marked as hearing exhibit 114? I believe we have such. Mr. Hilton, you're muted again.
I see. Keep going on. Hold on, this one.
Sorry, I
Okay.
did not. Go ahead.
You understand? So, being my gas and electric are apart. So far, my gas bill should be credited $703. Now, 114 started from the beginning. Can you pull it up, please? Did it?
It's on the screen right now, Mr.
Or you yeah. Okay, it's not the first page. Now, because on I have two accounts, my leak payments took care of the money, absorbed the money for my gas bill and caused my gas I was going crazy.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, are you giving an explanation?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Listen. Every page, every yellow entry is every payment I made and added up. All goes towards my electric bill. Let's go number one, number two. All the items. Number three. Number four. Now, some payments weren't registered on the bill history, so I use bank confirmations and Black Hills confirmations of payments I made.
So can we go down to pages? May we go to page number 4 now? Oh, Mr. Hilton, may we go to page number 5 now?
Hello?
We're here.
Okay, hold on. Are you ready? No, listen.
Listening.
114. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and we're looking at page 4 of
Okay.
exhibit 114.
Okay.
What's been marked as
Okay.
exhibit
Adding up-
114.
Okay, adding up all the money I paid Black Hills, I paid them for my electric bill, $3,036.48 out of my own pocket. This is overpayment of $1,415.34. Per 114, submit an estimate, please, of all the payments I made to Black Hills.
I'm sorry. Would you like? Can we go through each of these pages, Mr. Hilton?
I'm here.
I understand.
No.
Yep, I understand, Mr. Hilton. Can we go through each of these pages? So we're on page 4 now. Can we go
Yes,
to?
but all right, so I just have the whole part of the bill history, all the payments. I added up every payment I made out of my pocket to Black Hills for my electric bill. I paid them $3,000 plus. My whole history is $1,600. I've overpaid Black Hills $1,415.
Okay, but I'm assuming you would like me to consider admitting what's been marked as hearing exhibit 114 into evidence. And in order to do that, we need to view each of the pages on. So can we? Are you done with page number 4 of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 114?
Yes, sir.
All right. So can we please go to page number 5 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, what
Dollars
is
of payments. We can keep going.
Oh, actually, let me do this.
Every receipt of payment.
Mr. Hilton, hold on just for one quick second. Stephanie, would you kindly go to page number 5?
Okay. Sure.
Mr. Hilton, is page number 5 a continuation of the previous page, or is it a different document?
It's a different payment, yes, sir.
It's a different what? I'm sorry, Mr. Hilton. I saw that the first, I believe, 4 pages appear to be a part of the same statement. Is page 5 the next page on that statement, or is it a different document? And if it is a different document, what is that document?
Okay. The billing history only reflected so much of the payments. That's in yellow. That's what that. The other documents are every document is another payment that added up that I paid Black Hills out of my pocket on my electrical bill.
Okay, so
It came
you
to $3,000.
So the fifth page was obtained from your bank showing your payment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's
Well,
all your different payments.
okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's move on to the sixth page. And I'm assuming that's the same situation. You obtained that from your bank. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's move on to page number 7, please. Same.
Yes, sir.
Obtained this from your bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Page number 8, please. Same, correct, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to page number 9.
Right. This is when I made the last payment I made in March. I was making the payment in March 3rd. My bank, I had to make another $248 to turn my electricity off.
All right, and that's an email.
Added up to $3,000.
Okay. All right.
They email and text me as soon as the bill pays.
Understood. I'm assuming you'd like me to consider admitting into evidence what's been marked as hearing exhibit 114. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Any objection, Mr. Sopkin?
Sorry, no objection.
Hearing exhibit 100, thank you. Hearing exhibit 114 is admitted. Mr. Hilton, you may proceed with your testimony. I understand that hearing exhibit 114 depicts every payment you've made. You may continue talking about this, or move on with your testimony.
Okay, 115.
All right.
As this was going on, and Black Hills been disconnecting my service without notice, and then request more money in the same month, I wouldn't have micromanaged my account. But I was already working on the Energy Outreach Colorado for the solar program. It clicked on the same time as having Black Hills. They paid Black Hills on May 11, 2023, $1,508 on my account to my electric bill.
Okay. So what is the first? Can you tell us? Can you tell us what's the first page of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 115? What does that page depict?
It's just a letter from the Energy Outreach Solar saying they're going to pay the $1,508.81. And then if you scroll down the whole email, scroll down, the next document on 115 is Black Hills saying, yeah, we received it. I get email and text every time somehow. They're billing me now. Email going off. You know.
Okay.
So that's the no account. Also, it's credit.
So, so now we're on the second page of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 115.
Yep.
Can we move on? So that's a part of the same document, correct? That's the continuation of the same
document. Whole email and this receipt on the you received it. Yes.
Okay, so let's move on. You said email, but it's showing as messages. Is that a text message?
Well, no,
it's an email message. I see.
No, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So an Energy Outreach saying they're gonna pay it, keep going up, and then keep going up. That document, May 12th, Black Hills said they received the payment, $1,508 in my account.
Okay. How did you obtain the document that's in the fourth on the fourth page of what's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 115?
Okay,
is that?
I apologize. The first one is a long email from Energy Outreach saying they're going to pay the money. I think that email was that was on. I just want to show that they paid. That was on.
So that's the first 3 pages.
Yes, sir. And then the bottom receipt when they paid the money exactly on my account.
So
They paid that
this receipt, I'm sorry, this receipt was sent to you by whom?
Black Hills store, and they received the payment of $1,500 on my account.
But who sent you this receipt?
Black Hills Energy.
Okay. I'm assuming you'd like me to admit what's been marked as hearing exhibit 115 into evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sopkin, any objection?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 115 is admitted. Mr.
Let me
Hilton,
finish.
you may proceed with your testimony, clarify any issues. Was that your last exhibit that you wish to present today?
Just so I like to close. Let's say closing, please.
Sure, of course, go ahead, please.
I think the evidence presents right now. I paid Black Hills $1,415.34 over out of my pocket. They return that money to me. As right now, well, at the end of March and April, my gas credit should have been, my gas account credit should be $703.17. Okay, right now, my little account, well, as of the end of March, my account credit right now, my electric bill to be $1,508. They should rectify this right now, return my funds I paid, so I paid over. I understand it could be services and money accrued since time in April, and that should be deducted, but I need to have one account number, everything back to normal, a new bill, that'll be watched very carefully from now on.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, does that conclude your testimony?
Let's start that.
Okay. I'm giving you another chance to think of anything that might have covered. Are you okay? You're ready to proceed. All right.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm rest. Thank you, sir.
You're right. Oh, very good. I appreciate it. Mr. Hilton, I will now give Mr. Sopkin the opportunity to cross-examine you, to ask you questions based on your testimony. Are you ready to go ahead with this now, or let me ask Mr. Sopkin and you as well, Mr. Hilton. Would you like to take a short recess, or are we good to continue?
Okay.
You're okay to proceed right now, is that correct, Mr. Hilton?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Sopkin, are you okay to proceed?
It's up to you, Your Honor. It might be nice to have a 10-minute break, but I could start if you want.
Let's split the difference. Let's do a 5-minute break if everybody's okay with it. Mr. Hilton, we will be on recess. It will be a little bit more than 5 until 10:35.
Okay.
10:35. We'll reconvene here. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
So we're on recess until 10:35. Thank you very much.
Here. I see you.
Thank you, everybody. We're back on the record in proceeding number 23F-0170EG. Mr. Sopkin, actually, Mr. Hilton, do you understand that right now, Mr. Sopkin will be given the opportunity to cross-examine you, which is just another name for another term for asking you questions about the testimony you gave. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would ask that you please wait until Mr. Sopkin finishes his question, and then when he does, I try to answer it to the best of your ability. When you're ready, Mr. Sopkin, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hilton, good morning to you. My name is Greg Sopkin, and I'm the attorney for Black Hills. Mr. Hilton, I believe you testified earlier that you had requested Black Hills to start service at your residence in early December of 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's both gas and electric service that you were requesting, right?
Black Hills is both. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I believe you said a technician showed up to your residence in early December 2021 to attempt to hook up gas service. Is that your memory?
Yes, sir. But we couldn't get in the hole in my closet to light the pilot, and the furnace didn't work. So, yeah.
Right. That was my next question, but would you agree that the technician was unable to get access to your furnace at that time, and so could not light your furnace pilot light?
But it was impossible. So, yeah, the furnace was impossible to light. Apparently, there was no gas service here, and he called around that ever on the record here. So, yeah.
Mr. Hilton, could you please speak up?
The day the technician was here, we found out there was no gas service. It's impossible to light that furnace. It's a hole in the closet. There's nothing under the house. The hole that goes to the old furnace is gone now. But that day he made calls around, and there was no. He spent hours here. There's no record of ever gas service at this residence. So yeah, that furnace didn't work at all. It was impossible.
Okay, well, if we can,
It's 19 days.
if we can please pull up Exhibit 110, which was already admitted. Actually, I'm sorry. Can we make that Exhibit 113? All right, Mr. Hilton, would you agree that this Exhibit 113, which has already been admitted, shows your usage history with regard to gas service?
Not correctly, no. It's showing the gas service used here, January 2022, February, March, and April. There's no gas used here.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry, let me re-ask the question. In the second column, it says type of service,
The
and
GRGS.
GRGS, and is it your understanding that that term means gas service?
This little code, yeah.
Okay, so this is a usage history sent to you by Black Hills, and this is what Black Hills says in terms of your gas usage for the period of time December 1, 2021 through March 31, 2023.
Well, that's on the charge document. It's the whole different pages. It's the whole history. Everything that happened between 3/22/2023 and December 2021. To their knowledge.
Okay, and so you're disputing this, right? You're saying you had no gas service at all. Is that correct?
No, not those months. No possible. Here.
Okay.
After last year in the end of March, 13, right now I'm in Rocky Ford. It's like 103 outside. So yeah, it gets cold at night. Last year March it was already 70 degrees at night. So 7 degrees, so I didn't need it. I didn't know it was installed. Like mid-March, we never turned it on.
Okay, and would you agree that when the technician visited your house in December of 2021, that even though he couldn't hook up the furnace, that he did in fact turn on gas service into your home? He started.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The service charge. So you understand.
Okay, and if we can go to the second page of this document. All right, and so you say the water heater leaked. So is it your testimony that your water heater has never been hooked up to the gas?
So when the gas company came, when the electric back, okay, or around the corner, other around the block in City Hall, or for them to come and inspect.
I apologize
my
for the
water and
interruption,
sewer.
Mr.
I
Hilton.
Mr. Hilton,
Could you repeat
I'm
yourself
sorry?
slower, please?
Okay, I'm sorry.
okay.
So Black Hills, in order for me to get my water turned on, I needed Black Hills, which is the city Rocky Ford around the block. That is my garbage, my water, and my sewer. Then it's inspected. Then the lights on. So I had no water on at the time Black Hills was here. But when the water got turned on and we lit the pilot light, turned that glue melter or whatever the hell was on. But the 24th was leaking, we ripped it out of there. There's no water here, guys. There's nothing. And they couldn't lit the pilot because there was no water on that year. So we need the lights on. For them to come, they make such my sewer every month. So yeah.
Okay, so I
I
guess
found out about this on. Sorry?
So I guess my question is, has it ever been the case since you've lived at this residence in Rocky Ford? Has it ever been the case that that the gas was flowing to the water heater and warming water? Has that ever been the case?
Nope. It's on the 24th. We did it. When I bought the house, didn't mean I moved in the house. I had upgrades, and I had upgrades and issues that I had to take care of to satisfy my USDA loan. And so, well, I didn't really move in until in March. I was back and forth. I was by myself. Had a guy help me, a contractor, and then Mike Parker, water heater. Furnace. They really helped. Angel has to rip this thing out, but yeah, there's no water here ever here. I never used it.
All right, so you've never had warm or hot water at your residence the entire time you've lived there?
Well, I have systems that are not using the water here. No, it's not that huge issues. Issue with another company that I deal with. I do some online stuff. I have another water heater outside. The wrong one. I've been fighting.
Mr. Hilton, please slow down. Please slow down, Mr. Hilton.
There's been no water here. Okay. This is 102.
All right, so if we go to page 3,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not
Yeah.
understand. Mr. Hilton, you said that you had another water heater outside? I'm just asking about
I
what you
have no, there's no water here ever here. No, sir.
Okay, there was never, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sopkin.
okay, and so let's talk about the furnace, and I'm looking at page 3, and I believe you had said that this shows there was no furnace and you were getting heat from
No.
the electric oven. My question is, have you ever had a furnace in your residence that's been hooked up to the gas?
Oh, I do. It was done. It got done like mid-March, but we never did. I tested it a little bit, like March, like sometime, but yeah, I turned it off. We don't use it. I did like the pilot, November, I think in October 2022. Yeah, I did it. But it's been off since March, April, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and I want to clarify what you just said. At some point, you did get a what is called a wall furnace. Is that correct?
The other one was not a wall furnace. Yes, we finally put it in, but by the time it was in, it was already warm outside. I didn't use the furnace until later in the year. It was like 80 degrees here during the day. I wasn't using it in April.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, I just want to give you a chance to explain. I'm going to have, in a little bit, I'm going to have 2 technicians testify, and they have indicated to me that they came to your house and they saw that you had a wall furnace and that it was hooked up to natural gas. Is that your memory? Is that your memory as well?
That was this year. That's this year, 2023. It was not last year. No, I moved in. So I bought the house November 21st, 2021. This picture is from January 2022, last year.
All right.
The bill is reflected in January 2022, not this year.
Okay. So at some point, you would agree that you did put in a furnace at your house. Would you agree with that?
I have one now. Hold on here. It's right there. Yeah. So it was in March, about end of March last year, 2022, we finished the big job.
All right. And when did you install that furnace?
March 2022. At the end of it.
March 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree that the furnace was hooked up to gas and the furnace did at some times provide heat to your home?
It did, starting November 2022, the first time I used it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and at some point you said you had it turned down or turned off. I forgot.
No, I wouldn't know. When I moved in here, I couldn't use it. It was like 70 to 80 degrees in March last year. Right now, we're right before it's 102 degrees outside. And it started something. Yeah. No, I don't have any furnace on.
Okay, so we can agree that when it's hot outside, you don't need the furnace. But at other times, Mr. Hilton, if I could finish asking my question, please. If I could finish asking my question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we can agree that you didn't need to use your furnace when it's hot outside, but would you agree that the furnace was used when it was colder outside?
Yeah, November 20, started in November 2022, cold again, started.
Okay, but you had said you installed the furnace.
No, that's the first time I tested it. No, sorry.
Mr. Hilton, I'm going to ask you not to interrupt me when I'm asking questions. Is that okay? All right. But you had said you installed it in March of 2022. Would you agree that there are colder temperatures in March and April, those months?
Not here. Not here. Not here. Not cold enough for a heater.
Okay.
Not here.
All right. If we can turn to Exhibit 110, please. All right. And if we scroll down just a little bit on this first page. All right, that's good. All right, so I'm looking at what looks to be a message that was written by you, and it says at the bottom of the first page, it says, "I found out a couple months ago that the funds are solely for my gas. Spoke to a supervising agent, rectified that, and continued to make payments to the sole account number I thought was my account." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if we scroll down to the second page, it says at the top, "I just found out that there was another account number different from the account I have been paying on Saturday." And then at the very bottom of page 2, it says, "This is the first time I have heard of there's 2 different accounts from the same company." You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is dated, it looks like at the top of page 2, November 7, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall having a discussion with a customer service agent at Black Hills on September 16 of 2022 regarding a disconnection notice that you had received from Black Hills?
See, this I don't speak well. I have a disease called tardive dyskinesia from medication I took years ago. It's very hard to speak. Most of my business I do is online, emails. So I use Black Hills web form. So I don't have to speak much. Very, very hard to speak, very painful. So, yes, I don't remember talking to anybody but by email, and it has something to do with this disconnection notice here for $1,500.
And I was saying,
If you look at this email, I do remember having a disconnection notice of $1,500. Yes, sir. I mentioned it in this email. I'm saying here, right here. Oh, let me go back. Hold on.
do you have any memory of a call that you made to Black Hills customer call center in September of 2022 that lasted over an hour and a half?
To pay them more money. I remember. I did not get a disconnection notice, sir. Let me explain. I show it to you now. Hello, can you hear me? Every time they didn't have any bills, I get a text email. I mean, you know, they're texting now. So I'm like, oh, you $960 right now. And then you text later to $0.
All right.
Mr. Hilton,
Sure,
Mr. Hilton, would you please try to answer Mr. Sopkin's question as to whether you recall making a call to the customer, to Black Hills Customer Service Center? Would you please try to answer that question?
No, sir, I did not make any call. He's referring to this email right here. That's the email right here says I received a picture. I do not speak very well. I have a disease called tardive dyskinesia. I cannot speak at all. Very painful. I never make a call on an email.
All right, so it is your testimony, your answer to Mr. Sopkin's question?
No.
Is no, okay.
No, he's referring to This letter I saw right here, just I received a $1,500 disconnection notice right here on 11/7/22, somewhere around that time.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Sopkin, please go ahead.
All right, Mr. Hilton,
Yeah.
and Your Honor, for that matter, I have a box.com entry that is a voice recording of a customer service call that lasted over an hour and a half with Black Hills and Mr. Hilton that occurred on September 16, 2022. What I would like to do to see if I could refresh Mr. Hilton's memory is play the beginning of that. It's a short clip, the beginning of that, to see if he recognizes his voice and if that spurs his memory on this subject, because it does relate to this account splitting issue.
Same time, sir.
Mr. Sopkin, I mean, Mr. Hilton, did you understand what the request of Mr. Sopkin?
I'm ready to listen.
Okay, you're ready to listen. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sopkin, I will allow the playing of the recording for the purposes of refreshing, hopefully refreshing Mr. Hilton's recollection as to that call that may or may not have been made. We'll see in a few minutes, I'm sure.
All right, this is exhibit 206.
Okay, just give me a second. It'll take me a minute just to pull that up. Do you want me to just start playing it, or is there a specific number?
No, what I'd ask you to play is beginning at the 3 minute and 13 second mark to about 4 minutes and 25 seconds. And this is where Mr. Hilton discusses his name and address at the beginning of the call.
Okay, hold on one second.
Welcome to Black Hills Energy. Please listen carefully as the menu options have changed.
Para continuar en español, diga español, o presione 2.
If you smell gas or suspect a leak, press 1. To report an electric outage or down power line, press 2. For more options, remain on the line.
Could we start this at the 3 minute and 14 second mark or 13 second mark? That's
Hi,
where
I'm Sophia.
it begins.
Sure, let me get to there. You said 3 minute, 13 seconds?
Yes. And if we could end at like 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
I'm tired.
Okay, what is your address or your account number?
901 Maple Avenue. That sounds terrible. And I have email right here from 8/25/2002. That I only owe $162. $161.
Mr. Hilton, I'm trying to play a recording, and I'm hoping that you're listening to the recording. We're trying to see if
I am.
It's 901 Liberal Avenue,
Maple Avenue. No.
Mitchell.
Maple, M-A-P-L-E. So
You said, okay, can you spell it again?
M-A-P-L-E, Maple Avenue.
Oh, okay.
This little tall.
Okay, and then you said
Oh, man.
Okay, that was a 4-minute, 5 second. Do you want me to keep playing?
I said 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Sorry about that. Hold on.
Mr. Hilton, for the next, just until the recording is over, do you mind, I'll see if I can do it. Do you mind muting yourself?
Oh,
And then, once Mr. Sopkin resumes his questions, you can unmute yourself. But for the last few seconds of this,
okay.
let's try to, everybody who is not speaking to be muted.
In Liberal. No, sorry, Colorado.
Yes.
Oh, what? Rocky Ford. Okay. For Paul Hilton.
Yes.
All right, you can stop it. Mr. Hilton, is that your voice?
Yeah. But I can see that's why I don't make phone calls with that. Yeah. Trying to make calls. Yeah. It's understanding.
All right, Your Honor, I would like to admit, Your Honor, I would like to admit Exhibit 206. Mr. Hilton has indicated that is his voice. And I want to just play one other section, and it only lasts. Mr. Hilton, if I could finish, please.
Mr. Hilton, I will give you the opportunity to respond to everything Mr. Sopkin is saying and asking. I would just ask that do not that you let Mr. Sopkin finish, and me for that matter. What happens otherwise is that we have a court reporter, as I mentioned, and the record will be extremely messy and hard to understand. The transcription of the record will be extremely messy and hard to understand unless we let each person finish speaking before we go on. Mr. Sopkin, so thank you. Mr. Sopkin, you said you wanted another piece of the recording to be to play another piece of the recording prior to my deciding whether to admit what's been marked as hearing exhibit 206. So let's go ahead with that part, and we'll go from there.
Okay, and the part is 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 15 seconds is the starting point. And then the ending point is 45 seconds of that same minute. So 1 hour, 34 minutes, 15 seconds to 45 seconds. It's a 30-second play.
And what I want to do is, if you're okay with it, I know we got everything straightened out, but the thing is if you're okay with it, I want to separate your two bills.
Okay.
Because this way I can put an arrangement and everything for your electric, we get everything taken care of. So.
Okay, I understand this now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's it, Your Honor. The issue here is Mr. Hilton states in that exhibit I just showed, and I believe it's in the complaint as well, that there was never any authorization to split his combined bill, his combined gas and electric bill, into separate bills, a gas bill and electric bill. And what we just heard was Mr. Hilton's authorization to do just that. And for that reason, I would like this admitted.
Okay. Mr. Hilton, do you have any legal objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 206? That's the recording, two parts of which we just listened to. So do you have a legal objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 206?
What date was that?
Sorry?
What date was that?
What date was the recording?
What date was the recording? Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, that was September 16, 2022.
Did you hear that, Mr. Hilton?
Oh, that's my email. So, yeah.
I'm just asking whether you have a legal objection to the introduction of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 206. Mr. Hilton.
I'm here, I'm not. I don't understand you because the email presented shows it's on 11/7. I knew about a deal. I don't think she's talking about a deal.
Mr. Hilton, you're cutting
Okay.
out.
Mr. Hilton, would you please?
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I got you. Can you hear me better now? Hello? Hello? You hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. That call wasn't talking about student account numbers. The call was about on 11/16. It was about that. She said, break my bill allowance. I'm telling you. Okay. That was about account numbers. I resolved that on 11/7.
Mr. Hilton, I understand your explanation, but what I was asking is not for an explanation. I was asking whether you have a legal objection, whether
No,
I should allow.
no, I don't.
You do not. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, no.
All right, I understand that you have a substantive objection, but you do not have an objection to the admission. Okay, so hearing exhibit 206 is admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Sopkin, please.
All right. Mr. Hilton, would you agree that in the complaint that you filed in this proceeding, that at the end of it, you say you will not be paying Black Hills another cent until all is rectified and your account is returned to a single account?
Correct.
All right, can you please?
No, hold on, stop. All payments that I paid over paid that immediately, and all credits for the account. That's what I said is my aid. Yes.
All right, and can you please tell us why you would like your account to be returned to a single account rather than a separate gas and electric account?
Do you think that the last $1,500 bill I got, disconnection notice was verifiable?
I'm sorry, are you asking me a question, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir. That's this question, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the process doesn't work that way. I can't introduce evidence.
Well,
I'm sorry, you can't ask me your question.
Well, Mr. Hilton, just try to the best of your ability to answer Mr. Sopkin's question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you recall a customer service person explaining to you during that same call that I just played that it was beneficial for you to split your account into two accounts in order to avoid disconnection of service? Do you recall that?
You know what? Let me tell you. You know, I've been putting service disconnection, and I'm panicking because I have a lot going on here. Do you understand me? Let me tell you this for God love. I don't know what she said, but I want my bill paid. I just told you that I paid you over $3,000 in my pocket for an account that was only $1,600 worth. Do you understand me? No.
Well, Mr. Hilton, I heard your testimony and I appreciate it very much. And you've mentioned that during your testimony. It is now Mr. Sopkin's turn to ask you questions about your testimony. So if you could just try.
Those questions are dumb, and he acts like he just procrastinated. Right. What are those questions? They're dumb. Okay.
All right.
Let's ask about why I got
That
a
may be-
$1,500 disconnection notice.
Mr. Hilton, I would like again ask that you let me and Mr. Sopkin and whoever else is speaking finish before responding. I understand.
Ask me, Your Honor, why my service was disconnected after I paid my bill already twice, and why are they trying to take my money?
I
Down for PUC.
I understand that you're upset. I understand that you don't think that your service should have been disconnected. But but what we're trying.
No, Your Honor, no. I just told you the whole trick for the years I've been getting scammed. See,
Right.
I don't believe that he has anything to do with it. I believe there's something else going on, but I want my money I paid back. Because I have to have service with Black Hills for gas and electric. I wish I didn't. I have to have them. So they have to do business with me.
Mr. Hilton, would you-
You understand, no, Your Honor? Look, Your Honor, he must hear this.
Okay, I'll just say, so in order for me to issue a recommended decision in this case, we need to hold a hearing. This is what we're doing now. And if every party is not afforded with the opportunity to present their evidence, which you were afforded, and then get cross-examined, then I can't complete the hearing. And so what I'm kindly asking of you, I understand you don't. Mr. Hilton, please let me finish. I understand you don't appreciate the line of questioning by Mr. Sopkin. You're entitled to not appreciate it. And I am not here to tell you that you should appreciate it. What I am asking you to do is try to respond to Mr. Sopkin to the best of your ability. I know you're upset. I know this is difficult, but what I need to do is hear from both parties and hear all the evidence so that I can render a decision. If I don't hear from all the parties, if we don't go through that, I can't issue a recommended decision. So for your benefit, as well as everybody else, I would ask again, two things. One, let each person finish speaking. I understand again that you're upset. I understand you're emotional. I get that. I really do. And that two, that you try to answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Sopkin's questions. So, okay, is that understood, Mr. Hill? Okay, Mr. Sopkin, can you please ask your last question? Re-ask it, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hilton, do you want your account to be made into a single account instead of split into gas and electric? And if so, can you tell me why that is?
Because when I look at a bill, I want to see one number. When I set my payments up, whether it's a credit card, whether it's my bank account, now I'm on my personal bank account now. Yeah, I want to only have one number. That's to worry about. But how would you all split my account?
Okay. And Mr. Hilton, I believe you had testified earlier that the last payment you made to Black Hills was somewhere around March 21, 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes, the service disconnection immediately. My service disconnected without notice.
Okay. And is it true that in March you were disconnected, your service was disconnected one day, but it was turned back on that same day?
It turned on like 40 minutes.
Okay. And have you continued to have gas and electric service since then, all the way through today's date?
I guess I'd pay service for gas or all, but yeah, of course. There's only place I can go.
All right, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sopkin, Mr. Hilton. Mr. Hilton, I have a couple of clarifying questions, if I may. Regardless the leaky heater, again, it is your testimony. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. It is your testimony that it was never connected to the gas line. In other words, gas was never flowing into that leaky heater that you had. I think it was exhibit
No.
113, but I'm
No.
not. It's 3 of exhibit 113, but I'm not sure.
Right.
Is that your testimony? Is that correct?
Yes, there's no gas, no, sir.
No gas.
I did
Okay.
turn it on 11/22 last year, but no.
Okay, very good. One or two more questions. Did you, the next question is, did you ever have a, what's called as a wall furnace installed in your home?
The original furnace is in the floor, and there's no record of it ever being gas searched this house. I guess in Black Hills was in the area, I'm not sure. But so now it is a wall furnace, and I installed it last year we finished about the end of March.
Okay, so end of March of 2022 is when you had a wall or a floor, I'm not sure how you call it, furnace installed in your house. Is that? I'm sorry.
Yes, but I never got to use it till later that year. Yes, but I never got to use it till later that year.
Okay, so you installed it in March of 2022, but did not use it until sometime later. Is that correct? That's it. Is that your testimony? The Hilton, if you're speaking, I cannot hear you.
I'm here. I'm here.
Was my reiteration of what you said correct?
No.
What? I'll
You're freezing.
So again, I'll just to make sure I understood correctly, you installed it in March of 2022, but did not start drawing gas for the furnace until sometime later. Is that your testimony?
Right. Like beginning of November, turned on. Yes, it's freezing.
Okay. Okay. All right. I understood. I do not have any additional questions. Would the parties be okay with proceeding, or is there a request? Would anybody like to take another recess?
I'm fine with proceeding, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hilton?
I'm fine.
You're okay with Black Hills presenting its case now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have rested, Mr. Hilton, and now it is Black Hills' turn to present its case. Okay. You will still, of course, I will give you the opportunity to make objections to the introduction of any documents that Black Hills seek to admit as evidence. And I will also, at the conclusion of the presentation of the evidence by Black Hills, I will give you the opportunity. Well, I will to cross-examine each of the witnesses that Black Hills puts on. So, with that said, Mr. Sopkin, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Black Hills calls Patrick Medina to the virtual stand.
Mr. Medina, we can hear you. Mr. Medina, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
swear.
put your hand down. Mr. Sopkin, please proceed.
Mr. Medina, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Black Hills Energy on the natural
Right.
gas.
And what is your job title and duties?
My job title would be a gas operations technician, and our job duties would be, we're pretty broad with what we do, but pretty much just maintaining the gas system on the distribution side.
Okay, and as part of your job, were you called to service the home of Mr. Paul Hilton at 901 Maple Avenue in Rocky Ford?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall what were you called to do at Mr. Hilton's residence?
When I had went over it, the order or call would have been for a gas turn on. So just turning on a gas service.
All right, and before I get into what occurred that day, did you, after you were finished with that job, did you input your notes into the Black Hills computer system?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to call up Exhibit 200. Mr. Hilton, could you please describe what we're looking at here? And if you could show the second page too.
Are you talking to me?
Yes,
Awesome.
Mr. Medina, if you could please state what
Yes, sir. So
this is.
in the notes, you know, I put flow.
Well, wait, before you describe the notes,
Yes, sir.
is this the computer record that was generated as a result of you putting?
Yes, that's
notes?
what OSS, our operating staff, pretty much our office person that's how they see it. So we don't really see orders like this, but I can still explain here. So at the top, you can see the meter number. They have.
Before we do that, I need to get this admitted into the record, Mr. Medina. So is this the service order maintenance record that was input into the customer information subsystem
Yes,
as a result of your visit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could please wait till I'm done asking my question before you begin answering, that would help the record. So, Mr. Medina, Your Honor, with that, I would seek the introduction of Exhibit 200, please.
Mr. Hilton, do you have any legal objection to the introduction of hearing Exhibit 200? Again, only if you have a legal objection, you're welcome to tell me what it is, and I will rule after that. But no additional explanations at this time.
Okay, no objection.
Very good. Hearing Exhibit 200 is admitted.
All right, and then going back to the first page of this document, Mr. Medina, I see on this record about halfway down, order date and arrival of December 6, 2021. Was that the date that you visited Mr. Hilton's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go to the second page, and can you please describe what the notes of your visit say?
So at the top, you have your meter number. So that's how we know that meter is tied to that exact address. The read would be pretty much the usage on the meter when we got there from when the service stopped the last time. And in my notes, I put the meter was on, the low flow was good. So what low flow means is it's pretty much you're opening up a union, which is on the top of the gas meter, just trying to make sure that your meter is registering and that the gas is passing through it, and that our dial, which I have brought one, just shows that when gas is being used, see how the dial is going to move. There's a hand on the back, and that's pretty much just making sure that it's being registered. So we know that gas is there and it's going to be accounted for. So
What is
that's
that?
all.
Hold on. What is that device called?
This is called a ERT head. This is pretty much just our what keeps track of the gas. This is how we know how much gas is used.
Okay.
And these are on every meter. So
All right.
then the next part
And
of
Mr., what was the name of it that you used again, please?
ERT head,
Spell it.
ERTHEAD, ERT.
All right, Mr. Medina, if you could continue to explain your notes.
So the next section would be shut in past. So what that includes is pretty much that from the meter to the outlet side of the meter and all of Mr. Hilton's house piping, we're just checking that for leaks. So any small leak, any small pilot light or anything like that, how we mark that is this is a 1/2 foot dial. This is going to be your smallest dial on the meter. And when I move that, you can see it spins pretty good. So say it's right there when we start. This shouldn't be moving at all because there's no gas, no pilot, nothing should be lit. We'll mark it. Say at that point, I'll get a pin, put a mark on the thing, on the case of the ERT head, and I'll leave it for 5 minutes. If that stays, that means there's no gas being used. So that means there's no leaks. It's a safety thing for the customers. So that passed, so that didn't move. So I know that his house was safe. There was nothing to relight. Or I'm sorry, there was no leaks or anything. And then the next part would be I go inside and I said I relit and cycled appliances, and WH stands for water heater. So when I entered Mr. Hilton's house, I noticed he had been heating his house with his electric oven. I did make a note saying that over time that could push out carbon monoxide, just with it being open. I did see right there as I walked in as well, there was a water heater. Checked it all out. It was all up to plumbing code, vented properly. It had a valve, 3 feet away. It was all up to plumbing code. So then I did go and turn that pilot light on. Now you can leave the pilot light on and it's not going to burn out the water heater. So it was just the pilot. I didn't call it for full range. And then from there, I proceeded to the furnace, which it was an older floor furnace. And most of the time they have about a 14-inch rod that if they're the floor ones that you can try to access from the top without having to get under there. But that rod wasn't fully connected to where his control valve was. And that's the control valve is pretty much has a pilot on and an off setting. So therefore I asked Mr. Hilton if he had access to it. We went to, I believe, a closet or somewhere in the next room. And there was about a very small hole that, I'm a bigger individual. I'm about 6'3", 6'2". I weigh about 300 pounds. So I could not fit inside of that small little crawl space. And then once if you could get in there, you only have about 16 to 18 inches, maybe at the most, to be able to crawl. So therefore I could not access that floor furnace. So that was not turned on.
Okay. And just going back to the tests that you did you examine the meter itself?
Yes, sir.
And did you determine that the meter was in working condition?
Yes, the meter was in working condition. I didn't see any issues with corrosion or anything that I would be alarmed or, label as non-safe, or it was in working condition. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you performed a low flow test and a shut-in test?
Yes, sir.
And did both of those tests pass?
Yep. Yes, sir. They both passed.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you with regard to each test? What does it show, the low flow test and the shut-in test?
So the low flow test just shows that the meter is registering and it's, putting out gas, and it's also being, the gas, it's whatever gas usage is, it's going to be accounted for on your bill. So that's what the low flow test is there for. And then the shut-in test is just going to be a safety thing where we know that there's no gas leak beyond the meter. Everything checked out, and his house is safe to have gas service. That's what the shut-in test is there for.
All right. And did you turn gas service on at his residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And with regard to the furnace, sounds like you were not able to get access to that. What did you advise Mr. Hilton with regard to the furnace?
I advised he either get a hold of a plumber or someone that does HVAC that could, or someone, I guess, that's smaller that could get in there to get that relit. And then I also advised that those floor furnaces are becoming obsolete, and he should probably replace it.
All right. Anything else that you wanted to note for your visit, or is that about it?
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay. And then did you write your notes right after your visit?
Yes, sir. As soon as you get done, I would fill the notes out on the street in front of Mr. Hilton's house.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Medina.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Medina. Mr. Hilton, do you have any questions for Mr. Medina based on his testimony?
Okay. I remember him. Good to see you. Yeah, and I'm 6'4", and this hole in the closet was impossible. Then that furnace was not connected when you were here. I just want to make sure that you know when you came, and you may have that water heater, but you were here, but I need the water turned on till later. Well, I didn't turn it on and try it till later until I was leaking and ripped out. We never got to use that water heater. There's no water in the issue then. But I remember us walking around the whole property, remember? Looking for how to light the furnace. You remember, Mr. Medina?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, we did not.
Hours, remember?
Yeah.
That was my first house.
Yes, sir. No, we did not light the furnace.
Yeah. It's impossible, right?
Well, I'll have you answer this. That there's appeared to be a question.
Say that again, Your Honor.
I guess Mr. Hilton asked you if that was a problem, and your answer?
If what was a problem?
The fact that they're apparently, well, Mr. Hilton, would you ask your last question? Would you ask Mr. Medina your last question? Mr. Hilton, it is now your turn to ask questions. And I think there was one at the end of what you just said. So I think you said, and that's a problem, isn't it? Can you explain to Mr. Medina what you were?
One second, man. Sorry. Can you please tell?
Yeah, would you please repeat your last question for Mr. Medina, Mr. Hilton? Please repeat your last question. You don't have to ask a question, but there was I thought there was a question there. So if you would like to withdraw the question, that's fine. If you would like to ask Mr. Medina a question, that's also fine, but I would ask that you please re-ask it of Mr. Medina.
Okay. Mr. Medina, remember that we could not get that furnace lit because the hole that I need to get to inside him being 6'3", 300 pounds, and me 6'4", 250, there was no way. He remembers that, does he not?
Yes, if your question is if we could not access the furnace, yes, we could not. Right. Correct, we could not access the furnace.
Okay. Okay, very good.
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask another one. I
Oh,
want to
please
make
go
sure
ahead.
that
Go
it's noted.
ahead, Mr. Hilton.
I'm sorry.
Go
I'll
ahead.
make
Ask.
sure it's noted. I do understand. I do understand that I had gas service. I do understand I had gas charges, but I don't deny them on my bill. I don't deny $16, $17 a month for gas service. And knowing Mr. Medina took the house mistake, I recalled a technician in March 2023 when all this trading is going on. Make sure there's no leaks too. I know there's no leaks. I know there's gas service. That's not what this is about.
I understand, but do you have a question for Mr. Medina? Mr. Hilton, do you have a question for Mr. Medina?
No more.
You do not. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, if I may please ask Mr. Medina a quick clarifying question. You said that when you went into Mr. Hilton's residence, you identified a furnace, a floor furnace, I believe you called it, and a hot water heater.
Yes, sir.
May I ask where was the hot water heater located? Where in the house?
So you walk in, his kitchen is right to the right, and then past the kitchen would be another back, a door to go. And in there's a small hallway, which I believe there'd probably be a washer and dryer there. And in that, to the left, there's a little corner spot for, that's where the water heater was when I was there.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do not have any further questions for you. Mr. Sop, thank you very much for your testimony and patience. Mr. Sopkin, you may call your next witness.
All right, may we excuse Mr. Medina for the rest?
Of course. Mr. Medina is excused. And again, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would next call Mr. John Nedick.
Mr. Nedick, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you please spell your last name? You may put your hand down and spell your last name for the record. And once you've done, Mr. Sopkin, the witness is yours.
My last name is Nedick. It's Nettik.
Mr. Nedick, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed with Black Hills Energy, the gas division.
In their gas division, okay. And what's your job title and duties?
I'm a service tech.
All right.
Duties mainly include working on appliances and pretty much everything, I guess.
All right. And as part of your job, were you called to service the home of Paul Hilton at 901 Maple Avenue in Rocky Ford?
Yes, they sent me a gas other order on March 23rd.
A what order?
Gas other.
Gas other. Okay. And what were you called to do?
In the notes, it stated that they were wanting to check to see if that residence had a gas service, that there was, the customer was stating that he didn't have any gas meter or no gas at that residence. So they sent me to check to see if there was a gas meter there.
All right. And and you were just talking about your notes. So let's pull up exhibit 201, please. All right, Mr. Nedick, same question that I asked Mr. Medina. Can you please state what we're looking at here?
This would be the order they had sent out. This is the CIS plus side of it.
And if we go to the second page of this document, And here it says, please confirm there's an active gas meter. Is that what you were talking about with regard to why you were called out?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, and then go to the third page. And without discussing the notes yet, are these the notes that you provided at your visit to Mr. Hilton's residence?
Yes.
All right, and going to the first page. And looking about halfway down there, you see it says order date and arrival, March 24, 2023. Was that the date that you visited Mr. Hilton's residence?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would seek to admit Exhibit 201.
Mr. Hilton, do you have any objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 201?
No.
No legal objection. Thank you for that. Hearing exhibit 201 is admitted.
All right, if we can please turn to the third page again of this document. All right, are these the notes that you inputted on the day that you visited Mr. Hilton's residence?
Yes.
And can you please describe what you say there in the notes?
I put in there that the customer does have gas service at this address. He was concerned about the usage and the bill of it or the price of it. And I was going to get with Lori. She's our secretary, I guess, to figure out what was the issue on it. And she got back in on Monday.
Okay, and let's start with, you say customer does have gas service at this address. What did you do when you visited Mr. Hilton's residence to determine that he did have gas service at the address?
When I got there, I guess I pulled into the back where the driveway was, and he welcomed me in through the back door, where I noticed a wall heater, but it was a natural gas wall heater, and then to my left was a electric cook stove, and to the right there was a spot for a water heater, but the water heater wasn't there. And we had to walk through the house to get to the front yard where the meter was up next to the building. So we walked through the house and I looked at the meter and seen that he had a meter, and I stood there for a second, was watching it, and I could see that the little dial on the meter was just ever so slightly spinning. So just naturally my mind said that wall heater's lit, it's burning gas, the pilot must be lit on it. So then we walked back in and I noticed the thermostat was down. It was probably around 60, I think. So it was not turned off, it was just turned down. And then we got to talking about mainly his gas bill and that he doesn't use gas. But in my mind, that if it got cold enough, the heater would kick on if it got below 60. So, I mentioned that, I believe, and then we just talked more about the bill and the usage of it, that he didn't use gas, but he only had the water heater or the wall heater there. So it was mainly to talk about the bill, I guess, and that I did not, I had to go out and notice he did have a service and it was on, and it was just barely moving. So like the pilot was lit, but it was more about just the bill and his usage on it.
And did you perform any tests while you were there?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you looked at the meter and was the meter in good operating condition?
Yes, I didn't see any safety issues or any concern with the meter. And the fact that it was registering a little bit, it was moving a little bit, I knew it was working. Like something, the pilot on the furnace was lit, the wall furnace.
And that the meter was moving a little bit, as you said. What did that indicate to you?
Just that wall furnace, that to me, I could see that the pilot was lit on it and it was working. So to me, that tells me that if it got cold enough, the full burner would have kicked on and it would have been using gas.
And was gas flowing through the system?
Yes, yep.
All right, and then at the end of your service visit, did you fill out these notes?
Yes, probably right there in the driveway.
All
I
right,
entered all the notes and then closed the order out.
all right. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Nedick.
Thank you. Mr. Hilton, do you have any questions for Mr. Nedick based on his testimony? Mr. Hilton, if you're trying to speak, you're muted.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. How are
Okay.
you doing, Mr. Nedick? How are you?
Mr. Nedick, did you hear the
Can you
first?
hear me?
No, I did not. Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
He asked you how you were.
I'm doing very well, Mr. Hilton. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good, good.
Now, let's talk about mental health. I appreciate it. So,
Yep.
yeah, you don't remember the temperature it was that day in March? Was it warm outside? Yeah.
I do not remember the exact temperature.
I don't either, but I'm not denying that you start using gas service as of 11/22. I did start using my wall heater. There's no water heater here. You see one, Mr. You see a water heater here?
No, sir. There wasn't a water heater there when I was there. No.
I'm not denying any gas service. I understand.
If you did ask a question, Mr. Hilton, I did not hear it, and I don't believe Mr. Nedick heard it. So would you please repeat it?
Here. Oh, no, this is doing, man. Here. Hello?
Yeah,
Yep, I hear you.
we're listening, but you need to speak loudly and slowly in front of your microphone so we can hear you, Mr. Hilton.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. No, I just want to make sure there's no water here. I'm not denying about any gas service before, after November 22nd, 2022. There's no dispute. There's no dispute that I was at $15 monthly or $15 monthly charges having the service connected or pilot on. I'm not in that. Thank you, sir, for coming to your testimony. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you. You're welcome.
So you do not have any further questions for Mr. Nedick, is that correct, Mr. Hilton? Mr. Hilton, you do not have questions, any further questions for Mr. Nedick, is that correct?
Thank you. No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Nedick, thank you very much for your testimony and your patience. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Sopkin, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, Black Hills calls Jonathan Buford.
Hello.
Mr. Buford, would you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You may put your hand out. You may put your hand down, but kindly, thank you. Sorry about that. Please spell your last name for the record. And once you've done that, Mr. Sopkin, the witness is yours.
Last name is Buford, B-U-F-O-R-D.
Mr. Buford, by whom are you employed?
Black Hills Energy.
And what is your job title and duties?
I am a gas operations tech and I help maintain the gas system here.
All right. And as part of your job, were you called to service the home of Mr. Paul Hilton at 901 Maple Avenue in Rocky Ford?
Yes,
And what were you called to do at his residence?
I was called to investigate whether there was a gas leak at Mr. Hilton's house.
All right, and if we could pull up exhibit 202, please. All right. Just as the same as the other two witnesses, what are we looking at, Mr. Buford?
This is the notes from the order.
And these are notes that you inputted into the Black Hills computer system?
Yes,
All right. And looking about halfway down the first page, it shows date, time of call, April 5, 2023. Is that the date that you visited Mr. Hilton's residence?
yes, it is.
And if we could show the second page, actually the third page. And without talking about the notes yet, are these the notes that you inputted on the day that you visited Mr. Hilton's residence?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would seek the admission of exhibit 202.
Mr. Hilton, do you have any legal objection to the introduction of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 202? You appear muted right now, Mr. Hilton, so if you could unmute yourself.
No.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hearing exhibit 200, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 202 is admitted. Go on, Mr. Sopkin.
All right, Mr. Buford, what I'd like you to do now is to go through your notes here and please explain as you go along, what you saw inside Mr. Hilton's residence.
okay, so when I first got there, I met Mr. Hilton just outside the back door or side door, whichever door you want to call it. I told him I needed to check inside for whether there was any gas accumulating on this particular gas leak. And so I entered the side door and I had my CGI with me, which is a combustible gas indicator, which is like a little leak detector we take with us on these leak calls. And so I stuck my CGI in the door and I wasn't detecting any gas. So therefore it was clear for me to enter. I entered took a couple steps in and I noticed, and I was kind of standing in the kitchen. There's a cook stove, which was electric to my left. Straight across from me, a little to the right, was the spot where there used to be a water heater. There's no longer a water heater. I could tell because of the piping that was sticking out of the wall and it was all disconnected. So I proceeded to check all the rooms on this gas leak. And so I walked down the hallway and I checked in the bathroom real quick. And then in the bedroom in the back, I checked and picking up no gas. So came back out of the hallway and in the kitchen again and kind of made the little corner and was in the living room and detected no gas in any room in the structure there. So I determined the house was safe to be in. One other thing that I check is I go outside and check to see if it's going to hold pressure. I do what we call a shut-in. I think Mr. Medina explained that earlier. I did have to go back out the side door for a minute. Customer had to let the dogs in and put them in a different room so I could access the yard where the meter was. So once he did that, I proceeded through the house from the side door to the front door and went out to the northwest corner of the house where the meter set at the structure, the gas meter. And I proceeded to do my low flow and shut-in test. I cracked the nut on the top of the meter, the outlet part, to make sure that low flow where make sure gas passes through that meter and make sure it registers on that ERT index that Patrick was showing earlier. And I did that. I verified that the gas was flowing and the meter is registering. So therefore I can have a successful shut-in test to see whether it holds and passes or not. Let me back up. Before I went outside, I did check the wall furnace. And because one thing we got to do before we do that shut-in is to make sure all pilots are out. So I knew there was no water heater pilot, so obviously didn't have to check that. But I did check the wall furnace, and I got down on one knee because the little control valve is underneath that furnace, wall heater on underneath it kind of. And I noticed there was a live pilot on there, so I did turn that off. And then I went outside and I continued to do, I did my shut-in, my low flow, and that indicated that there was no leaks. That shut-in held. So therefore, I determined there was no leaks. I did have to do, as protocol, a bar hole test outside, which I get a rod and I shove a rod into the ground, and then I stick my CGI combustible gas indicator in that to get ground samples around the meter, around the foundation, a service line and main, and those also indicated no leaks. So the Black Hill side was also safe. And so when I went back in the house, I went to relight the pilot on the wall furnace. And I did notice that, the thermostat was kind of on the wall. And I noticed that I think the thermostat was set about 65. I think the bottom, like if you were to slide that thermostat all the way over to slide to, to more or less keep it from kicking on as much, was 60. So it was set just off of that, probably 65. And I relit that, fired it, make sure it was safe for carbon monoxide, and then I turned it back down. And then after that, I was discussing with Mr. Hilton. He was wanting to talk about his bill, and I think that's what spurred this call about there's different charges and that sort of thing. And I don't deal a whole lot with the billing side of this, so I could tell he was a little upset about it. So I went to my truck. I made a phone call to one of our dispatch ladies, FSR, field service rep, and she looked into it, and I could see there was maybe some confusion or something, and so I didn't know much. I kind of recommended that Mr. Hilton call in and discuss that so he could get better idea of what was going on. And after that, I determined that the house was safe and everything was fine, and so I sat in my truck and I filled out these notes on there, which I don't know. Do you need me to read these for you? Or?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and read them once, please?
So I entered and found no leaks inside. The shut-in held. I bar holed and found no gas. Customer only has a wall furnace. That pilot was lit when I checked it. Customer states that he doesn't use that wall heater and only uses electric heaters. Well, I think he does use the wall heater. He is very upset about billing, but I think it's his BHE electric bill he is upset about. Customer should have 2 accounts, gas and electric. And then it goes on, no leaks in house. House is safe. The gas read when I was there. Initial leak code was a 3, which means no other help is needed on this particular call, and no leak found. And then it does the leak check methods that I entered in. That was just what I explained with the bar hole and the shut-in, low flow, and all that.
And the gas rate of 1374, what is that? What is that unit?
So that's on the front of the ERT, on that, what Mr. Medina was showing us earlier. That's the read that that was there when I was there. So I entered that in there as well, just because he had some billing issues. So I entered that read.
All right. And is that CCF? All right, and the sentence, well, I think he does use the wall heater. Is that based on what you stated previously about looking at the pilot light being on and looking at the thermostat?
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. I just determined that he was probably using it, whether he knew it or not. That pilot was lit, and if the temperature in that living room got below, 65 when I showed up there, that wall furnace would kick on. He did have some electric heaters. I forgot to mention in that bedroom, small electric heaters that were hooked to the wall, to the electric outlets, and they were on when I was there. So I want to throw that in there as well.
Okay, and you did look at the meter and did you determine that it was in good working condition?
Yes, it was.
And did you determine that gas was flowing through the system?
Yes.
All right. And then after you were done, when did you fill out these notes?
I filled these out right after I got done with this leak call and talking to Mr. Hilton in front of his house there before I drove off.
All right, Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Buford.
Thank you. Mr. Hilton, do you have any questions for Mr. Buford based on his testimony?
Yes, sir. Hello, Service Tech 50097. Thank you, sir, for your service.
Yes, sir.
But, so, yeah, the issue, all the technicians are correct. And Buford was correct, too. It wasn't my gas level messing with my bill, it was my electricity. I was really fishing, Buford. But thank you for coming by and testing. I wasn't really sure what was going on. But I have no denial about any gas service after November 2022. My issue is overpaying my electric bill. My issue is mishandling my accounts. And no more questions, Buford. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Thank you, Mr. Buford, for your testimony. I appreciate it. You are excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, so Black Hills has one remaining witness, I think just one remaining witness, Holly Springer. I see it's now the noon hour. I will tell you that her testimony is going to take probably over an hour. And so up to you, Your Honor, whether we should do a lunch break now or however you want to proceed.
I think it would behoove us to take a lunch break right now. Is a little bit less than an hour. If we reconvened at 1, would that be acceptable by everybody, or do we want or a little bit more time is necessary? Well, I have you on, Mr. Sopkin. What do you think?
1 o'clock is fine with us, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Hilton, what are your thoughts about a break right now?
I'm fine. Let me know when you come back.
Okay, so we'll take a recess until 1 p.m. Reconvene then. We're on recess. Thanks very much. Good afternoon. We are back on the record in proceeding number 23F-0170EG. Mr. Sopkin, you were about to call your next witness, so when you're ready, you're welcome to proceed.
Your Honor, Black Hills calls Polly Springer.
Would it be, okay, I see her. Ms. Springer, would you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, and when you're ready, please spell your last name for the record, and when you're done, Mr. Sopkin, you may proceed.
Sure. My last name is Springer, S-P-R-I-N-G-E-R.
Thank you.
Ms. Springer, by whom are you employed?
Black Hills Energy.
And what is your job title?
Manager, Utility Customer Experience.
All right, and as part of that, what are your job duties?
I manage in a group of employees who focus on the experiences of our customers throughout the life cycle of their time with Black Hills Energy. So we focus on things such as their experience with billing, payments, collection activities, any interactions they have with our technicians, interactions with our contact service. I manage that group.
Okay, and so for purposes of the record, Your Honor, I wanted to pull up Exhibit 211, which is Mr. Hilton's formal complaint filed in this proceeding.
It's just a
Stephanie,
minute to open.
of course.
Thanks. Sorry about that. It took a little while to open. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. And if you could just scroll through this real quickly. Yeah. All right, and is this the complaint that Mr. Hilton filed with the Colorado Public Utilities Commission in this proceeding?
Yes.
All right, and so we don't need to look at this document any longer. And Your Honor, for purpose of the record, I don't know what your preference is. It's obviously sort of in the record already because it's the complaint, but if you want, we could admit it into the record.
I don't think there's a need to, but maybe we should though, nonetheless, so that we can, it's easier to refer to it. So I will ask Mr. Hilton whether he has an objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 211. Mr. Hilton, okay, no legal objection, thank you.
No.
So
No.
hearing exhibit 211 is admitted, though I agree with you, it's a part of the record, so there's no technical need to do so. But for our purposes for today, we can just refer to it as hearing exhibit 211. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Springer, once Black Hills received this complaint from Mr. Hilton, what information did you examine to investigate the merits of this complaint?
Quite a bit of information. So I reviewed chats with our contact center, emails with our contact center, letters that we may have sent, phone calls. with the contact center, our service technician orders and any of their completion notes, our billing invoices and a cumulative history of the billing. I reviewed meter reads, usage history, customer payments, energy assistance payments, any collection activity that's taken on the account, a full complete account history through our customer information system.
And could you explain what is the company's customer information system?
A software system that we use to keep records of interactions that we have with customers, whether that's our billing, whether it's contact center interactions, technician interactions. It is a holistic software system that holds all of that data that we can use to review.
And as part of your investigation, did you talk with the technicians that we heard from earlier in this proceeding?
Yes, I talked to technicians, I listened to phone calls, did as much investigation as I could.
All right, thank you. And as a result of this investigation of Mr. Hilton's complaint, did you help draft Black Hill's answer to Mr. Hilton's complaint?
Yes, I did.
All right, Your Honor, if we could, this is really the same drill except with regard to our answer, just for purposes of the record and to refer to it. We have marked as Exhibit 203 the company's answer to the complaint.
Okay. Stephanie, if you can just very quickly go through the pages. As Mr. Sopkin stated, this is the answer, so it's a part of the record, but so that it's perhaps a little bit easier to refer to it during the hearing, we will see if we can admit it into evidence. Mr. Hilton, do you have any objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 203 into evidence?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Hearing exhibit 203 is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Springer, would it be accurate to say that the company attempted to divide the allegations of Mr. Hilton and his complaint into different subject headings in the answer to the complaint?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so the way I'd like to proceed is to go through the subject matters of Mr. Hilton's complaint in kind of the same order of the answer, our answer to the complaint. Is that okay with you, Ms. Springer?
Yes, sir.
All right, and to start, just for background, what is Mr. Hilton's address that concerns this complaint?
901 Maple Avenue in Rocky Ford, Colorado.
All right, and what kind of customer is this? Is it a gas customer, electric customer, or both?
Mr. Hilton has both natural gas and electricity at 901 Maple.
And when did Black Hills start providing service to Mr. Hilton at 901 Maple for each kind of service, gas and electric?
We started electric service on December 1st of 2021, and we started gas service December 6th of 2021.
Okay. Well, let's start with section A of the answer. If we could scroll down to the heading there. It indicates Mr. Hilton alleges that no gas has ever been used at his property since his move-in date of November 29, 2021. Ms. Springer, you've heard the testimony today. Mr. Hilton alleges that for certain periods of time, at least, there was no gas usage, no appliances hooked up, even no gas meter. What does the information that you compiled show?
The information that I compiled, so looking at meter read usage and seeing all of the meter reads increase over time, that there was usage at the property.
Let me stop you there for a second. First off, did you also listen to the technician's testimony this morning?
Yes, according to the technician's testimony, I agree that based on what they shared with the water heater being hooked up, the pilot light was lit. The second and third technician testified that the wall furnace was on at some point when they were there. The thermostat was down but not off. They also testified to the meter being in working condition, and that gas was flowing through those meters. There was nothing wrong with our meter. So based on that, along with reviewing meter and read information, my conclusion is there is usage at the property.
Okay, let's talk about the meter usage, the meter reading. If we could pull up Exhibit 205, please. All right, and if we can please scroll through both pages of this. All right, Miss Springer, did you help compile this document?
Yes.
How did you create this document or take a screenshot of it?
This is a screenshot of our customer information system showing the meter reads that were obtained from the meter. It has the meter number there on the left column. Then the next column is the read date and time, and then the reading that we obtained from the meter read. And the next column in the unit of measure, which is 100 cubic feet CCFs.
All right, and the premise address shown on the first page is 901 Maple Avenue, Rocky Ford, Colorado.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, I would seek to admit hearing exhibit 205.
Mr. Hilton, do you have any objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 205 into evidence?
Don't see that this is invalid. No.
No, you do not have an objection, correct?
No.
All right. Hearing exhibit 2, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 205 is admitted.
All right, looking at this exhibit, Ms. Springer, the ending date of the read here shows, I'm sorry, the beginning date of the read of the meter reads show December 28, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And can you please discuss what this document shows between the meter read dates of December 28, 2021 and July 26, 2022?
Yes, so December 28th, 2021 shows a usage starting at 644 CCF. And then the subsequent months show increasing reads, so increased usage occurring at that time until the read on July 2026, when we have a read of 906, and that read stays consistent for a few months thereafter. So this is showing the meter reads that shows the increase in usage occurring at the property.
Okay, and so just as an example, the meter read that occurred on January 25th, 2022 is 697 CCF. The prior meter reading that occurred on December 28, 2021 was 644 CCF. So what does that indicate?
Yes, we would take those two numbers since those were readings, and we would subtract the difference to understand the usage that was used during that time frame. So for example, the read on January 25th was 697, and we subtract that from the reading on the 28th, which was 644, which would give us 53 CCFs of usage during that time frame.
53?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
It might not be loud enough. I'll try to talk up.
Okay. And so I believe what you just said is that shows 53 CCFs of consumption between December 28, 2021 and January 25th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And so before we get to what happened after July 26, 2022, if we compare the CCF of January 28, 2021 of 644 and the meter read of July 26, 2022 of 906, if you aggregate that, that's showing something a little less than 300 CCFs of consumption. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've heard the testimony this morning. There appears to be, from Mr. Hilton, an allegation that there was no gas being used during that period. What is the company's conclusion looking at the evidence we do have?
Based on the evidence where the technicians testified earlier this morning, saying that the meter was working appropriately, gas was flowing through the meter, there were no leaks at the property, the meter readings showing increasing usage over time. The company's conclusion is that usage was occurring at Mr. Hilton's property, the 901 Maple Avenue.
Okay. And I believe at some point earlier today, there was testimony that a wall heater was installed at some point. Do we know the date that the wall heater was installed?
Mr. Hilton alleges in his complaint that the furnace replacement was July of 2022.
But does Black Hills know when it was actually installed?
Black Hills does not, no.
Okay, thank you. And has there ever been any evidence of any leaking gas that would explain this consumption of CCFs?
Black Hills has no evidence of a leak at this property.
Okay, so let's start with July 26, 2022 again, and moving up from there to later dates. It stays at that 906 CCF number if we scroll up all the way until 10/26/2022. So what does that tell us about that period of time?
That tells us that there was no usage during that time, which can be consistent with summertime usage when a furnace is not actually working or turned on at that time. That's typical usage during a summer period.
Okay, and then from the reading on October 26, 2022 until the reading on May 24, 2023, that shows, subject to my math, somewhere around a little less than 500 CCF consumption. Is that right?
Correct.
And then again, from May 24th to 2023 to June 23 to 2023, what does that show?
Shows there was no usage flowing through the meter at that time since the meter read was consistent for those months.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, if we would return to the answer of Black Hills again, which is exhibit 203. All right, moving to section B of the answer. What I'd like to do is discuss three of these sections. And the three sections are section B, C, and F. So starting with B, the heading is Mr. Hilton alleges he was disconnected for non-payment and is disputing the balance of the full bill. That's what section B addresses. And then moving down to section C, Mr. Hilton alleges he never authorized his gas and electric account to split into two separate accounts. And then going to section F, Mr. Hilton alleges that on September 21, 2022, there was a transfer of $1,074.90 to his account, 6415369339 from 64153971. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to discuss this section or these sections. First of all, with regard to the disconnection issue, with regard to Mr. Hilton's account, has there ever been a question regarding disconnection of gas service?
No, Mr. Hilton's gas service has not been disconnected for non-payment.
Okay. And with regard to Mr. Hilton's electric service, there has been how many actual disconnections?
One actual disconnection on March 20th, 2023.
All right. And was service restored, or how quickly was service restored after that disconnection?
Service was restored the same day after Mr. Hilton made a payment.
All right. And does Mr. Hilton have both gas and electric service working today at his home?
Yes, he does.
Okay. All right. Well, with regard to the history of Mr. Hilton's invoices and payments, have you prepared a spreadsheet? And I'm going to ask that exhibit 204 be pulled up. All right. What I would first like you to do, Ms. Springer, is please describe what this spreadsheet is.
Sure. This spreadsheet shows the cumulative detail that has taken place on Mr. Hilton's account, both his gas and electric account that was combined to start out with, and then when the account was split, it shows the electric. So on the left-hand side, what you're seeing right there originally is where the account starts out at the beginning and is combined with gas and electric. And then on the right-hand side, it will show later where it was split out and shows the history there. This spreadsheet shows it was an attempt to make some information that was confusing from the bills a little bit more easy to understand. It can be difficult when you're just looking at a bill to see where everything goes. And so it was a way to show historically all the detail and where everything goes. Column P, there are notes that I have added to the account to just to provide a little bit more clarity about each of the transactions that took place on each line item to help define that just a little bit more. So this is cumulative, showing all the different pieces that have occurred on Mr. Hilton's accounts.
Okay, so on the left side of this spreadsheet, looking at the third row, it shows an account number and it says combined gas and electric until 9/21/22, then gas only.
Correct.
So that means that up until September 21, 2022, Mr. Hilton's account was combined gas and electric, and that's what that left half of the spreadsheet shows. And then the remainder of the left half of the spreadsheet after 9/21/2022 is the gas account only for Mr. Hilton. Is that right?
Correct.
And then on the right side of this spreadsheet, again, on that third line, it shows an account number there, and it says split account for electric only. Is that correct? And what date does that right side of the spreadsheet begin to show information regarding the electric only account?
September 21st, 2022.
All right, the same date as the split of the accounts. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to all the information that's in those cells, how did you come, where did that information come from?
I used our customer information system that has payments, billing, electric and gas usage, the monthly charge, or what our bills show as far as what was printed, any payments Mr. Hilton would have used or made, any energy assistance payment that Black Hills Energy would have received, any credits that would have occurred or debits that would have occurred on the account. Looking at our customer information system for our budget billing information and the deferred balances from the budget. And then seeing what the gas and electric cumulative balances were and any energy assistance balances on the account.
Okay, and was this spreadsheet provided to Mr. Hilton previously?
I believe it was May 15th was when it was provided to Mr. Hilton.
Okay, and have you, since it was provided May 15th, have you since updated the spreadsheet for a credit that occurred?
Yes.
And to make it current to today's date?
Correct.
All right. All right, Your Honor, with that description, we would seek admission of Exhibit 204.
Mr. Hilton, do you have an objections to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 204 into evidence?
That's the information is incorrect.
I understand that you.
I didn't understand that answer, Mr. Hilton.
That information in the document is incorrect.
Oh, understood. However, do you
Now,
have
it can't
legal?
be used as evidence if it's not correct.
Okay, what specifically about this hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 204 is incorrect?
All right, let's move the document over so we can see the entry for 12/30/2021.
No, but what is your basis? What is your basis for saying that the information is incorrect?
Well, the entry is incorrect. It's right here. It says budget. It says it's an energy assistance on these dates. Go back, come all the way up. I did not receive any energy assistance from anyone.
Okay.
I was not applying for any BEAT program.
All right, but these are not legal objections. Your objection to the Mr. Hilton, please let me finish. You're objecting to the substance of the document. I understand that. You will get your opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Springer. But I am asking you right now whether you have a legal objection. Meaning, is there a reason?
I have real objection. Well,
Right.
the information is false, then it's legally not correct.
Well, you will get the opportunity to prove that it is false. But
Okay.
I'm asking whether you have a legal objection.
No.
Okay, and again, you will get the opportunity to refer back to hearing exhibit 204 and cross-examine Ms. Springer. But all I was asking you from right now, and I get the answer that you gave me is no, is whether you had a legal objection to the admission of hearing exhibit what's been marked as hearing exhibit 204. And hearing that you do not have a legal objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 204, I will. So hearing exhibit 204 is admitted. Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Mr. Sopkin, you may proceed.
Okay, Ms. Springer. All right, with regard to what we discussed earlier about the split in bills that occurred on September 21, 2022, you were here to listen to the testimony of Mr. Hilton, and I believe there was an exhibit in which he stated he didn't authorize the splitting of the accounts, and then we heard the recording that was, I believe, exhibit 206. First of all, Ms. Springer, what is the conclusion of the company as to whether Mr. Hilton authorized the splitting of the bills?
The position of the company is in listening to the phone call from Mr. Hilton to the contact center agent, Mary Nichols, on September 16th. She asked if she could split the account in two to help make things more easy for Mr. Hilton in understanding the difference between the two accounts. And Mr. Hilton said he understood and was okay with that. So it is Black Hills' position that we had permission from Mr. Hilton via the phone call on the 16th, where he gave permission to do that.
And what is the advantage to Mr. Hilton of?
I'm sorry, hold on. That was November. That was November 16th.
Mr. Hilton, I asked that you let Mr. Sopkin ask the questions now, and Ms. Springer reply to the questions. And again, I will give you the opportunity to refer to this hearing exhibit 204, as well as cross-examine Ms. Springer. But until then, I ask that you remain muted, because my court reporter cannot transcribe conversation on top of a conversation. So if you talk, or if I talk, or if anybody talks when somebody else talks, we can't have a clear record. So I'm asking that you hold off until it is until I give you your opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Springer. Is that understood, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Sopkin.
Ms. Springer, how was it helpful to Mr. Hilton to split his bill from a combined bill to a split gas and electric bill?
There's a couple of different benefits, and what the agent was referring to in the phone call where she asked to split the account apart was Mr. Hilton was up for disconnection for non-payment on his electric side of the account, but his gas side was on budget. Mr. Hilton had said that he could not make the payment to satisfy the disconnection until a date after the disconnection would occur. Since he was on the budget billing plan with us at the time, no further payment arrangements were available. So splitting the account apart allowed us to provide a different option for his electric account versus his gas account. It still remains that there's that benefit. When the two are separated, he can have different options, whether it be budget billing, payment arrangements, energy assistance being different. But it's also a benefit to have the account split so he can see the histories individually and not have them combined to see where energy assistance payments land, where his own payments land, what the specific amounts of the billing were. It just provides more clarity to have the accounts separated.
And after, during the September timeframe in which that call occurred on September 16, and there was a discussion about disconnection. As a result of splitting the accounts at that time, was there a disconnection?
No, that splitting the accounts avoided the disconnection because we were able to put Mr. Hilton's account on the budget as an option to stop the disconnection. And so that helped with the amount owed at the time.
Okay, and then going back to well, hold on one second. All right. If we pull up Exhibit 211. And we scroll down to about the fifth or sixth paragraph here on the first page. Yeah, stop right there. There's a date that shows September 21, 2022. And it says $1,074.90 was transferred from account number 064153699 to account number 06415399971. Again, money was transferred from my account to yet another similar account number, and this number has another last four numbers that are different. Okay, well, let's talk about what occurred on September 21, 2022. If we can go to Exhibit 204, please. If we go down to the date of September 21, 2022, I wonder if we could magnify it a little bit. There we go. That's good. All right. So September 21, 2022 is the amount that was discussed in Mr. Hilton's complaint, $1,074.19. Does it show in one of the cells there?
Yes, line 42, cell H. I'm sorry, it's line 41, and then column M shows Mr. Hilton's cumulative electric balance of $1,074.19. And then on September 21st, so line 42 in column H, there's a credit applied to this account, which is account 584697096, which you can see in line 3. There's a credit applied to this account, and that is because it is transferred to the new electric account that we set up, which that account number is 641536939. And if you scroll to the right-hand chart, it will show on September 21st a debit to that account to show the $1,074.19 applied to this account to have a cumulative balance there of the $1,074.19.
Okay, so the date, that date, September 21, 2022, again, that was the date of the splitting of the accounts.
Correct.
And on the electric side of the chart, it shows a credit to the gas side, and on the right side of the chart, it shows a debit to the electric side of that same amount, $1,074.19. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that amount, the $1,074.19, going back to the left side of the chart, As you had said previously on line 41, that was the cumulative electric balance on Mr. Hilton's account?
Correct.
Okay. But if we move to the left of that, there's a column that says monthly budget amount, billing amount due. So can you explain what the budget billing is and what that column and the next column over the budget cumulative balance due shows?
Sure. Budget billing is an option to help customers avoid seasonal peaks. And so we take usage at their property over a 12-month time frame and spread that out so they have a more consistent amount to pay each month instead of having the spikes of the seasonal time frames. So when you see in column J, budget cumulative balance, that will show any amount that is due for that month from the budget plan, and that would include anything that would be past due at that time for the budget. That is different from the actual usage that is used because budget is an average of usage over the 12-month history. So for example, to explain budget just a little bit more, if you could scroll up just a tiny bit more, and I'll use line 37 to explain. So this one isn't the best example, but essentially $200. So if you look at the gas usage in column C, it was actually $16.64 for that month. The electric usage in column E, it was $182.51. And then if you look at column I, it is the monthly budget amount for just the 1 month would be $202. So it's very similar to what Mr. Hilton would have been paying if he wasn't on budget. However, he had a deferred balance from all the months where he was paying less because budget asked him to pay less during those times than the cumulative balance. So still remaining on line 37, column J, the budget cumulative balance was $362.98, and that was because there was a past due amount from before of $160.98. So you can see that on line 36 in column J. So if you add the $160.98 to the $202, you will get the $362.98. So that was the budget cumulative balance. But if you look over to the right on line 37, you will see if Mr. Hilton wasn't on budget at that time, he would have owed $1,028.53 for actual cumulative usage between the gas and the electric at that time.
Okay, and if we go to line 41, 916, in the row, I'm sorry, in the column cumulative account balance, it shows $1,130.47. That's before the split. And then after the split of the accounts, how much is owed for the gas account?
It left $56.28 owing for the gas account.
Okay, and then going back to the right side of the chart on 9/21/2012. So going down a little bit there, okay. Looking at the second row down of 9/21/2022, what was the budget cumulative balance due after the splitting of the accounts for the electric side?
It was $73. We reinstated budget on that new account when we split the account. So $73 was that new amount right then.
Okay. And then what happens in the next entry, September 28, 2022, if you could describe what happened in that row?
Sure. Mr. Hilton used 1,092 kilowatt hours in that month. If he was not on budget, that amount would have been $242.19 that he would have owed just for that month. Because he was on the budget, His budget was 235 that month, and that's based again on usage of the history or the property for the previous 12 months and any balance incurred up to that point. So $235. That next column Z, which was is 308, that takes the 73 that was owing from the reinstatement of the budget, adding it to the 235 monthly budget to get $308 as the amount owing for the budget. Then the bill printed as 470, and that was just because of the way the bill prints at that time. But the cumulative electric balance was taking the 1,074.19, adding the 242.19 to it to get to the $1,316.38.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that explanation. All right. So then later on, there was another, I believe you said that Mr. Hilton was not disconnected in September 2022 as a result of splitting the accounts. But then the issue of disconnection came up again in March of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct. March 2023 was March 20th of 2023 was when Mr. Hilton was disconnected for non-payment on the electric account.
All right, and if we look at the same spreadsheet going down to the March period, can you please explain what happened there in March?
Sure. As far as March, so March 3rd, Mr. Hilton had made a payment. Could you actually scroll up just a tiny bit? Thank you. So in February 27th, 2023, Mr. Hilton had a budget cumulative balance of $703, and you can see that in column Z. And on March 3rd, Mr. Hilton paid $200 towards that. So he left $503 owing on his budget balance. His actual account balance after that would have been $1,409.50. On March 20th, since Mr. Hilton did not pay that past due balance, he was disconnected for non-payment. The time he was disconnected for non-payment, his budget was turned off as part of our tariff. And the full account balance came due, showing the $1,409.50 amount owing as of line 62. On March 20th, Mr. Hilton was reconnected. He had made a payment that day for the $196, or actually $258, excuse me. He made that payment on the 20th, but it posted on March 21st. Out of the $258 that he made a payment, we applied 196 of that to the electric balance, bringing the cumulative electric balance down to $1,229.10. And we applied $62 to his deposit, which was required as part of the reconnection process.
Okay. And I believe you stated he was disconnected on one day, but reinstated the same day. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why was he reconnected?
He made a payment for the $258.
All right. And before this disconnection, did the company send to Mr. Hilton a disconnection notice?
Yes, Mr. Hilton, a disconnection notice was sent to Mr. Hilton saying he needed to make the payment before March 16th, or he could be up for disconnection. The disconnection notice was sent on February 24th, 2023.
Okay. All right. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 213. If we could just scroll through it quickly. Is this the disconnection notice that was sent to Mr. Hilton?
Yes,
All right. And the date of the bill was February 27, 2023.
correct.
Your Honor, I would seek admission of this document.
Mr. Hilton, do you have an objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 213 into evidence? The legal objection.
I've never seen that before. That's different. No, I guess I don't have a little bit. No.
You're saying, I'm sorry, you were getting, I could not understand what you were saying. The audio was.
No, I have no legal objection.
You,
No, I have no legal objection.
thank you, I appreciate that. Hearing exhibit 213 is admitted.
Okay. And with regard to Mr. Hilton's electric usage, generally, Ms. Springer, did you also take a screenshot of the customer information system with regard to the electric meter reads involving Mr. Hilton's property at 901 Maple Avenue, Rocky Ford?
Yes,
Can we please pull up exhibit 214? All right, and if we look at the first page here, first page shows on the top part, the top chart, meter reads from December 1, 2021 to March 29, 2022. Is that correct?
correct.
And lower part of the chart shows meter reads from April 27, 2022 to November 28, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the second page, this shows meter reads from December 28, 2022 to June 26, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And is that the last time the meter was read at Mr. Hilton's residence?
Correct.
All right. And what is KWH?
Kilowatts, kilowatt hours.
All right. Your Honor, I would seek the admission of exhibit 214.
Mr. Hilton, do you have a legal objections to what's been marked as hearing exhibit 214 into evidence?
No.
Thank you. Hearing exhibit 214 is admitted.
And does hearing exhibit 214, Ms. Springer, demonstrate the amount of kilowatt hours that have been consumed at the residence of 901 Maple Avenue, Rocky Ford from the time service was connected for Mr. Hilton in December 2022 to that June 26, 2023 reading?
It's from December of 2021, but
I'm
yes.
sorry. Yeah, December 2021. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead. And the answer is?
Yes, it demonstrates the usage during that time frame.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, if we can return to hearing exhibit 203. We're now moving on to section D, which is right there. Mr. Hilton alleges that Black Hills website reflected a total bill of $1,631. He further alleges that he has confirmation from his bank account that he has paid over $2,500. You see that, Ms. Springer?
Yes.
And did you hear Mr. Hilton's testimony earlier today, in which he referred to some of his own exhibits, alleging that he has overpaid Black Hills by something over $1,400?
Correct. I did hear that.
Okay, so if you could just generally tell us what you did with your investigation of this claim, and referring to hearing exhibit 204 as needed, to go through that.
Sure. Yes, I looked at all of the payments made on the account by Mr. Hilton, all of the payments made through energy assistance. I looked at all of the cumulative monthly bills to understand how much Black Hills Energy had billed Mr. Hilton during that time frame. And as far as Mr. Hilton making payments at the time of the answer, you can see in the answer, which was April 25th, Mr. Hilton, between both gas and electric accounts, we had billed Mr. Hilton $4,646.72. And at the time, Mr. Hilton had paid between the two accounts $2,031.04. So showing the difference there. So $1,621.48 billed for electric, natural gas was billed at $943.51. So I took a look at all of what had been billed, all of the payments Mr. Hilton had provided to Black Hills Energy and that Black Hills Energy had received, and any energy assistance payment received from energy assistance agencies, and determined that Mr. Hilton has not been overbilled.
If we could refer to just one example, exhibit 111. This is Mr. Hilton's exhibit 111, and there was a discussion about his payment showing June 30, 2022 in the amount of $530.06. And then on July 21, 2022, that same amount, $530.06 as a transfer. And I believe Mr. Hilton was questioning that. Can you please take us to exhibit 204 and explain how this payment was handled?
Yes. So if you go to June, apologize, if you scroll to the left to begin with, and you go to June of 2022, June 30th of 2022. Thank you. So Black Hills Energy received an energy assistance payment of $620 on June 30th from the Colorado Department of Human Services. At the time, Mr. Hilton had a balance on his gas account owing. So we added the balance, we added $89.94 to the gas balance. And then the remaining from the $620 is $530.06. And that amount was placed into Mr. Hilton's, into Mr. Hilton's energy assistance account. So you can see on June 29th, so line 29, you will see Mr. Hilton's cumulative gas balance was $117.23. We applied the $89.94 to the gas balance, leaving the cumulative gas balance at $27.29. And the rest was applied to the electric at the time.
All right, so First of all, the payment we're talking about here relating to the $530 figure that Mr. Hilton was referenced was actually a $620 payment, and it was not from Mr. Hilton. Who was it from?
It was from the Colorado Department of Human Services.
Okay. And $89 was applied to the gas account. And you said that $530.06, if we could scroll to the right just a little bit to see the notes, was applied to the electric balance. So if we go over to the electric side during this time period.
The accounts were not split at that time.
Oh, the accounts were not split at that time. Okay, so it was applied to the electric balance. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
You can see that amount come down on the electric side.
Okay, and then if we can go to Exhibit 105, another example Mr. Hilton brought up. If we could look at this, the first page shows $620. Is that same $620 that we were just discussing?
Correct.
And then moving down from there. There are two other payments referenced on this exhibit. One on November 30 for $355. And another on looks like March 1 of 2023, same amount, $355.26. Can you please show us what I believe there was some question by Mr. Hilton as to whether these amounts had been applied. Can you please show us how the company applied these amounts to Mr. Hilton's account in Exhibit 204?
Sure. So the first payment, the 620, we just demonstrated that one from the Colorado on June 30th. You see that on line 30 there. That payment was applied to both the gas and electric, $89.94 to the gas, and then $530.06 to the electric. The second letter that Mr. Hilton referred to.
Ms. Springer, can you say those amounts again, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. So the first payment of 620 in the letter that Mr. Hilton provided was applied on June 30th, 2022. The first amount was of $89.94 was applied to the gas balance, and the $530.06 was applied to the electric balance. And then the second letter Mr. Hilton provided showed November 30th for a payment of $355.26. So if you will scroll down to December, it was actually on December 2nd, 2022. There's processing time between when Colorado Department of Human Services makes a payment and when Black Hills has it posted on the account. So on line 54, on December 2nd, 2022, you will see an energy assistance payment in column G for the amount of $355.26. And that was applied showing across the budget and the gas cumulative balance to show $355.26. And then the second payment that the energy assistance provided was on March 3rd. If you will scroll down to March 3rd, 2023. So line 62 in column G, energy assistance of $355.26 was applied to the account, showing the credit coming or the balance coming down from $481.73 in the cumulative balance column on line 61 to line 62 when that balance was applied for $126.47 as a cumulative balance. So those three payments that Mr. Hilton showed is his LEAP payments have been applied to his balance.
And the three and why are the amounts the same? The $355.26. How does that work with that energy assistance?
So the Colorado Department of Human Services usually makes two payments as part of their process. So they make the first one usually at the beginning of the heating season, so around that November, December timeframe, and then they wait till closer to the end of the heating season to provide the second one.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's now go to hearing exhibit 203, and we're going to address the heading E there. All right, and this says Mr. Hilton alleges that on June 10, 2022, there was a transfer of $417.07 to his account, and it shows two account numbers there. And can you please just generally describe what this charge was for?
Sure. Mr. Hilton had benefit of service at 1339 Spruce in Pueblo, Colorado. Between 2016 and 2018, he was not the account holder, but he was on the account, and the account holder did not pay the full balance. And since Mr. Hilton had benefit of service, the Black Hills Energy tariff allows us to try to collect that from the account holder first, but if we can't collect that from the account holder, to try to collect it from anyone who did benefit from the service at that time. So that $417.07 was transferred onto Mr. Hilton's account to try for the collection of that benefit of service.
Okay, and if we could please scroll down. Right. What does the last sentence say right above heading F?
Black Hills is willing to waive the $417.07 transferred to Mr. Hilton's account.
Okay, so first question, does Black Hills tariff allow what is called this benefit of service charge to be assessed on customers?
Correct, it does.
Okay, but nevertheless, it indicates here Black Hills is willing to waive the $417.07 transfer to Mr. Hilton's account. Has the company in fact made that credit to Mr. Hilton's account?
Yes.
And if we go to exhibit 204, if we go to the right side, and if we go to the very bottom,
It would be on the left side.
oh, I'm sorry, left side. Yeah, we go to the left side. Does that show that credit there?
Yes.
And on what date was that credit made?
July 20th, 2023.
Okay. And as a result of that credit, what is the amount shown due from Mr. Hilton on his gas account?
Mr. Hilton has a credit of $115.48 currently on his gas account.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we can go to hearing exhibit 203. And look at first section G. That says Mr. Hilton alleges that he has never been late paying his energy bill. And then moving to the next section, section H. Mr. Hilton alleges that his latest bill shows a budget billing termination fee of $906, and that he allegedly was told by a friend that it meant he had been months behind and it would help him to catch up. Mr. Hilton also alleges he had never authorized budget billing. Okay, let's start with section H here with regard to budget billing. If we go to exhibit 207. Can you please describe what this document is?
Yes, this is a screenshot from our customer information system showing two transactions on January 6th. It shows enrollment through the Black Hills Energy website into the budget plan. And then also on January 6th, enrollment into the automatic withdrawal payment option.
Okay, Your Honor, I would seek admission of Exhibit 207.
Mr. Hilton, do you have legal objections to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 207?
I do object. This is not real. I don't know what this is. Because I can't legally, no.
Your Honor, if you'd like, I could lay more of a foundation.
Please do, Mr. Sopkin.
All right, Ms. Springer,
No, he doesn't know. You have to continue because I've heard this before. Not real.
Sorry, I did not hear I did not hear what you said. Can you repeat that?
I've heard this before in mediation, this whole deal, and that is not real.
I'm not sure what you said. I think you referred to mediation, and again, I would rather not deal with.
No, I heard whole thing. I have it on file, except for these documents here. This 622 budget notice is impossible, doesn't happen.
Okay, Mr. Hilton, let me ask you again. Do you have a legal objection to the introduction of hearing what's been marked as hearing exhibit 207? Mr. Sopkin offered to provide more basis for to explain.
This is like being defamation of your how you say. It's like I'm being offended by. I'm being lied to here in my face. Maybe I can't do anything.
Mr. Hilton, I'm having a very hard time understanding you. Can you please slow down?
I don't speak well. I don't speak well. I said this document is not real. But I have no legal objection to defamation of my character here, because I would never do this.
Okay.
Especially in January 2006.
Okay. My understanding is that Mr. Hilton does not have a legal objection to what's been marked hearing exhibit 207. Again, Mr. Hilton, I'm reminding you that you will have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Springer and refer to whatever hearing exhibits you would like to refer to. Given that, I am admitting what's been marked as hearing exhibit 207.
Ms. Springer, with regard to, and I'm not sure if I heard this correctly, but an allegation that perhaps this budget enrollment had not been done. How does a customer or a person enroll in the budget plan with Black Hills, and what information do they need to do so?
A customer can do so as long as they have all of the account information to set up a profile with Black Hills Energy. So they would have to create a username and username and password. With that, then they will connect that username and password to the account information. So they would need to know the customer's name, the customer's address, the customer's account number with Black Hills Energy, the customer's phone number, and that would create a profile for them that they could use our online features. Once they're using our online features, they have options to sign up for our budget billing online by selecting a form that says, I want to enroll. They can sign up using the automatic withdrawal option so that they don't have to make continuous payments each month. We'll take that out of their bank account, but they have to provide the bank account information for which bank information they want to use. And then they have to enroll saying, I want to enroll in the automatic withdrawal payment. So anyone who has all of that information could technically set that up. Black Hills does not know specifically if that would be Mr. Hilton or if that was somebody acting on behalf of Mr. Hilton.
Okay. And in this particular case, they would also have to have bank account information?
Correct.
All right. Okay, if we go to Exhibit 209. All right, there was also a question in Mr. Hilton's complaint about whether he ever asked for LEAP benefits or BEEP benefits. First, can you explain very briefly what LEAP and BEEP are?
Sure. LEAP is a federally funded energy assistance program that is completely independently administered from Black Hills Energy. Black Hills Energy just receives the assistance provided. There are requirements to be signed up for LEAP, but that is administered again through agencies separate from Black Hills Energy. The BEEP program is Black Hills Energy's energy assistance program that is in our Black Hills Energy tariffs. It is a way to try to assist customers in making bills more affordable, and they have to meet certain criteria. And once they meet certain criteria, they can be automatically enrolled in the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program. Do you want me to talk about the letter?
Well, in a minute. And with regard to these LEAP and BEEP benefits, did we just have a discussion a little bit ago about how those benefits were applied to Mr. Hilton's account?
Yes, we talked about the LEAP benefits being applied to Mr. Hilton's account.
Okay, and it states, the beginning of this letter states, you recently were approved for LEAP benefit. If I could ask, is Black Hills responsible for signing people up for LEAP benefits?
No, Black Hills Energy is not involved in signing anyone up for LEAP benefits. That's completely independent through the energy assistance agencies outside of Black Hills Energy.
Okay. So with regard to this letter, could you please state what the letter is?
Yes, once Mr. Hilton was enrolled in the Black Hills Energy Assistance Agency or Black Hills Energy Assistance Program, we send these letters to let customers know that they are part of the program. As part of that program, if they're not already enrolled in budget billing, they will automatically be enrolled as a way to help them have a more affordable bill as part of the program. So a portion of the Black Hills Energy Assistance program is to provide some relief assistance as far as a credit to Mr. Hilton's account, but to also help spread out those balance or the payments into budget billing to help it make it easier to afford that payment throughout the months.
Okay, and was this letter sent to Mr. Hilton on January 17, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would seek admission of Exhibit 209.
Mr. Hilton, do you have an objection, a legal objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing Exhibit 209 into evidence?
I've never seen this letter before, especially not January 2022.
I understand you've never seen it, but you have a legal objection as to why I shouldn't consider this document?
That's not, no.
Okay, thank you. Hearing Exhibit 209 is admitted.
All right, and looking at the third paragraph of this letter, it states, to receive assistance from BEEP, your account must be enrolled in Black Hills Energy's budget billing program. And did we just cover Mr. Hilton's enrollment in budget billing when we discussed Exhibit 207, which had a date of January 6, 2022?
They're actually separate. So Mr. Hilton was enrolled through our website onto budget billing on January 6th. Had he not been enrolled through our website on January 26th, we would have enrolled him on January 17th into the budget billing based on this letter.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then if we could turn to the second page of this document. Can you please read the first two sentences of the second page?
You must pay your bill each month in full to continue receiving assistance. You will be removed from the program if your service is disconnected.
All right, so what does that mean?
If the payments aren't made each month, the service can be disconnected and he would be removed from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program.
Okay, thank you. All right, and in terms of just one moment, please. Okay. In terms of Mr. Hilton's enrollment in BEEP, if we could look at Exhibit 210, please. All right, Ms. Springer, if you could scroll down to the second page here. Ms. Springer, can you tell me what this document is?
This is the Black Hills Energy gas tariff that explains the Black Hills Energy Affordable Program, or also known as BEEP.
All right, and if we look at the third page of this document, under eligibility, the top paragraph, can you please read the first sentence?
All active residential customers who are LEAP participants on November 1st will be automatically enrolled in BEEP for a one-year period, subject to the availability of program funding as herein described.
Okay, and is this why Mr. Hilton was automatically enrolled into the BEEP program?
Yes.
All right. And what is the purpose of doing that for Mr. Hilton?
It provides a more affordable monthly payment for Mr. Hilton and provides assistance to help, as in the form of credit, to help lower his bill.
Okay, so let's go to another representation made in Mr. Hilton's complaint. If we could go to Exhibit 211, please. All right, and scrolling down, keep going, please. Stop right there. On the second page, it looks like 2 lines down to the right of the page. You see, it states, looked at my latest disconnection notice, and it states $906 for budget billing termination. I have no idea what that is. I never authorized that. Looking at my billing history on March 3, 2022, July 1, 2022, and July 21, 2022, each Transaction entry states $0. What the hell is this $906 termination fee? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, can you please describe what this $906 is through, if we could have exhibit 204 pulled up, please. And if we look in March 20,
Yeah, on the electric, so you'll need to scroll to the right on the electric side. So on March 20th of 2023, when Mr. Hilton was disconnected for non-payment, the account balance was $1,409.50. So the budget was turned off due to the non-payment. That amount became the full amount due on the account. The difference between the actual account balance of $1,409.50 and his budget balance that was owed at the time of $503 is the 906. So when it said on the bill, budget billing termination, that is showing that the deferred balance from the budget was coming due. So it was that $906, which was the difference between the budget amount owed at the time and the cumulative electric balance.
okay. I just want to scroll to the right a little bit to see if there are any notes there. Okay, there aren't, but as I believe you indicated before that Mr. Hilton was disconnected for non-payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And what happens when someone is disconnected for non-payment of their budget billing amount with regard to the budget billing plan?
The budget billing plan is turned off and the full cumulative or deferred balance is due at that time.
So instead of the much lower budget billing amount, the entire cumulative electric balance is due if a customer is disconnected for non-payment of the budget amount.
Correct.
All right. If we could pull up exhibit 208, please. We can go down to the second page. What is this document, Ms. Springer?
This is the Colorado Electric Black Hills Energy Tariff. This is stating the rules and regulations for the electric service. This is section 19 discussing the budget billing plan rules and regulations.
Okay, Your Honor, I would seek to admit exhibit 208.
Mr. Hilton, any objection to what's been marked, to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 208? Mr. Hilton, do you have a legal objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 208? Appears that Mr. Hilton not connected to this Zoom session.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. So did you respond to my question? Are you identified by the name iPhone? Is that you?
Yes, I had to move my my tablet is dying, so I'm in charge.
That is fine, so long as we know you're connected and listening. I asked whether you have a legal objection to the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 208.
No, sir.
Thank you. Hearing exhibit 208 is admitted. And Ms. Springer, if you could please read paragraph 5 of section 19.
Monthly payments under the plan must be made by the normal due date of the bill. Termination of service for non-payment of a bill will subject a customer to removal from the plan and the outstanding amount on the account where actual usage shall be due and payable.
And is that what you just described that happened with Mr. Hilton's account?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Then again, Mr. Hilton alleges that he's never been, I guess, late on paying a bill. How does the company respond to that?
Mr. Hilton has had 3 months, I believe at the time of the filing, it was 3 months where there were no payments made at all. Several months where there were payments made, but not in full to satisfy the amounts owing on the account on both the gas and electric accounts.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to LEAP payments, I believe before you had described that the company has nothing to do with enrolling people in LEAP. What can Mr. Hilton do if he doesn't want to be enrolled in LEAP?
If Mr. Hilton doesn't want to be enrolled in LEAP, he could use the contact information from the letters he had presented earlier today and reach out and ask them to remove the payments from his account and apply them back to LEAP for other customers to use. But Mr. Hilton would then have to make payments in those amounts that had been granted from LEAP to Black Hills Energy for his accounts.
And if Mr. Hilton wanted to give up LEAP benefits or BEEP benefits or budget billing benefits, would you advise any of that?
No, I wouldn't. All of those are things that can help Mr. Hilton afford and to be able to manage the both gas and electric usage. So, I mean, if that is his decision, he can do that. But I would recommend against it to ensure that we help him still have service with Black Hills Energy for the gas and electric.
And what about the splitting of accounts issue? If Mr. Hilton insists on having one account instead of a separate gas and electric account, would the company comply with that request?
If Mr. Hilton insists we would comply with that account, I would again recommend that he don't, that he keep the accounts separate just for the ease of understanding the energy assistance payments, the usage on either side to provide more options on payment arrangements and budget billing between the two accounts. It will make it better in the end for Mr. Hilton for understanding.
Okay. Earlier, there was discussion surrounding the September 16, 2022 call that's now in evidence as Exhibit 206, and that was, I believe, over an hour and 45-minute call. And what I really want to ask you, Ms. Hilton or Ms. Springer, is you've looked through this entire file, the customer information system with regard to phone calls and emails and chats. And my question to you is, has Black Hills Energy tried to assist Mr. Hilton with regard to understanding his gas and electric bills and trying to help make arrangements for those bills to be paid?
Yes, Black Hills Energy has spent a lot of time with Mr. Hilton by addressing questions in over 25 phone calls and over 35 emails, in numerous chats, trying to assist and offer solutions and options to help Mr. Hilton.
Thank you. Where does, looking at Exhibit 204, I believe, if we could pull up Exhibit 204.
While we're pulling Exhibit 204, Mr. Sopkin, I don't believe you asked me to admit here what's been marked as hearing Exhibit 210.
I apologize, Your Honor. Yes, I would seek admission of that.
Okay, Mr. Hilton, do you recall what exhibit 210 is? That's the,
Yes, listen, yes,
do you,
yes,
do you,
sir.
do you have a legal objection for the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 210?
No,
Hearing exhibit 210 is admitted. So now we'll move to 204. Is that correct, Mr. Sopkin?
Yes. All right, and starting on the left side of this document, moving to the bottom. I believe we had already established in terms of the present state of Mr. Hilton's account. As of now, does Mr. Hilton owe any monies to the company for his gas account? Ms. Springer?
Sorry, no.
And in fact, it shows $115.48 credit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then moving to the right side of this document, at the bottom. Okay, how much does Mr. Hilton owe on the electric side? As of June 27, 2023.
He owes $765.34 for his electric service, and then he owes $185 of the deposit from when he was disconnected for non-payment. So the total together is $950.34.
Okay, and there's no budget amount showing there, is that correct?
Correct. That's the actual usage.
And why is there no budget billing amount shown?
Mr. Hilton was removed from budget for non-payment on March 20th.
Okay. Notwithstanding the company's tariff that allows the company to take customers off of budget billing if they are disconnected due to non-payment of the budget billing amount, is the company, in this case, willing to reinstate budget billing for Mr. Hilton?
Yes, in light of the complaint and the history on the account and the balance on the account, Black Hills Energy would make an exception to help Mr. Hilton and reinstate him on budget to make it a lower amount that he would pay monthly.
And have you done an estimate of what that amount would be if budget billing were reinstated for Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I believe an estimate would be $329. That would take the history of the account, the average usage there, and it would factor in the balance, and it would be approximately $330.
Okay, and looking to column V on Mr. Hilton's account, when is the last time he made a payment on the account?
March 21st. Well, it was actually on March 20th, but it applied to the account on the 21st.
In the amount of?
$258. 196 of that applied to the electric service and 68 applied to the deposit.
Okay, and could you please briefly explain what the deposit is for?
The deposit was to required as part of the reconnection process to reinstate Mr. Hilton's service after being disconnected for non-payment.
Okay. And notwithstanding that Mr. Hilton has not made a payment for over 4 months on the account, has Mr. Hilton been disconnected since his payment?
No.
Why not?
Black Hills suspended any collection activity as of receiving the formal complaint. So nothing has occurred on his account since that time.
Okay, and will the company continue to not disconnect its service until we get a final decision in this Colorado PUC proceeding?
Yes, once we have a resolution, we will proceed forward.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Springer. Mr. Hilton.
Yes.
It is now your turn. Should you choose to take it, to ask Ms. Springer questions based on her testimony she just gave and the exhibits she just explained and went through. Would you like to do that?
Your Honor, can I pull up an exhibit that I had for Mrs. Springer to look over, please?
Yes. What exhibit number?
One second here. Hold on. One second here, sir. Hold on. I'll put exhibit 103, please.
103.
Yes, sir. Ms. Springer, can you explain the charges I have on 12/30/2021?
Yes, so on 12/30/2021, Black Hills billed for 3 firms, CCFs of natural gas usage for $13.36. There was 150 kilowatt hours used for a monthly charge of $35.14. There was a $15.60 credit or a debit for a connection charge. So the total amount, adding those all together, was $64.10.
Okay. Now let's go to the next line, 1/26/2021. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, there was an energy assistance payment from the.
Okay, hold on. Where's the money energy assistance come on? I had services last 1 month and I'm receiving energy assistance. Not possible. Where did the money come from?
Based on the document that you had provided earlier, Mr. Hilton, of the energy assistance from LEAP, that was January of 2022.
Okay, no. I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Hello?
Yes.
No. The document I applied for, my documents show the accurate that every bill I was received, I made a payment. I can afford my bills. I don't need energy assistance. I only need help with my furnace that needs to help me. Now, that's not possible. I need to know where that money came from. 1/27/2022 shows another energy system payment of $152. Where did that money come from?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hilton, I am sorry, but I did not understand your question for Ms. Springer either. Where is the money that was used for what came from?
Okay, on those transaction dates, they're showing that I had energy assistance. I had service here. I was even moved in the house yet. And they're saying somebody's giving me money. After I bought the house November 22nd, I closed like the day after Thanksgiving, I had the key. November 22nd. But you're saying I had energy assistance on January 27, 2022. I had energy assistance, so I gave me money, $102. I barely had started the service. I don't know where that came from. How that happened.
Where is the energy assistance money came from? That's what.
The honor. This building history starting off after I had barely a couple months of service. I just left the house. I only moved in. We're still doing work. We had to do upgrades, and we had issues here. Take care before I can move in to satisfy my USDA loan. See, now I wasn't. There's no way I'll get energy assistance. I would have to apply for that immediately after I open my account. I get my welcome letter December 17, 2021. Now you're telling me somebody's already giving me money? How is this possible?
Well, Ms.
I'm asking Ms. Springer.
You understood the
I'm
question,
asking Ms. Springer.
right? Ms. Springer, you understood the question, correct?
She created this document.
I believe I understood the question to be that
Okay.
Hilton,
Okay.
that there was not a possibility for how was it possible for him to get energy assistance when he had just started service?
Just our service. I would have to apply for that. I don't think I would qualify with my income and my mortgage. No, it wouldn't. I wouldn't qualify. But I want to know where that money came from because you did this document, so you must know.
So the $17.02 on January 26th.
No, ma'am. The $152. All the energy assistance from their service. They're telling me that I was here. I wasn't even moved in. I had my welcome letter December 17th. Now, by January 27th, 2022, somebody was giving me $152. I don't know who that was.
That was from
How would I qualify and when did I apply?
Mr. Hilton, you asked her a question, and I think we all understand the question, but would you please try to let Ms. Springer answer your question?
Okay, yes, sir.
the $152.04 was sent to Black Hills Energy from the Colorado Department of Human Services.
Hold on. Why would they do that? How would they even know I moved here?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hilton, I don't know.
Okay, but I have to listen to them again. How
Your
would
Honor,
they?
Your Honor, I'm
how
going to
would they
object.
apply
I'm going
that
to
to me?
object because he is not letting Ms. Springer finish her answer. I
Let's
would
not
like
answer
her
for that,
to be able
sir.
to finish her answer.
Okay, go ahead. But I'm sorry, you know what, Your Honor, listen to me. But it's impossible for that to happen because see, I have never applied for them.
I understand.
How would they
but
know? No, Your Honor, I've been here a month. Listen to me. I've been here a month. How would people pay?
Mr. Hilton, I
Yes, sir.
understand what you're saying. I understand. I think Mr. Sopkin understands, and I think Ms. Springer understands what you're saying. But what we're asking you now, you're welcome to ask whatever questions, but you need to listen. You need to wait for Ms. Springer to finish her answer.
Okay.
You can't jump in and say it's not possible. Just you ask her a question. Fine.
Your Honor, she did me an answer, and I never applied for whatever it is she said.
I understand, I understand, but
So,
now
you understand this is not real. It's not valid. It's not possible. My billing history shows every bill I made a payment. Why would I be behind? Listen, Your Honor, at a rate of $1,700 for a year of service that divided by 12 is less than $100 a month for energy. You understand me? Your Honor, listen, Your Honor, I'm a retired chef of 27 years. I'm retired. Listen to me. There's no way that I would get energy assistance when I first moved here. Who knew I was here?
understand, but it is not. Now it is time for you to ask Ms. Springer questions. If you don't have questions for her, that's fine. If you do, that's also fine. If you do have a question, I would ask that you ask those questions, let her finish, and we'll move on to the next question.
But she answered wrong because that's not possible to pay. I need to see something. That did not happen.
Okay.
But they give money away?
I understand. In your estimation, she answered incorrect.
Well, I'm asking you, how would they know I was here? I just bought the house. Listen to me.
I am not a witness.
Come on,
Mr. Hilton, do you have another question for Ms. Springer?
I want to know where every entry came from of energy assistance from 1/26/22 to 5/26/22, and where they assisted the energy for in the summertime.
Okay, would you've asked your question, I think you've asked it now a couple of times. Would you now I think now that we, again, understand your question and heard it, would you let Ms. respond without interrupting?
Yes, sir, I'll try.
Okay, go ahead and respond to the best of your ability, Ms. Springer.
So on January 26, 2022, $17.02 of energy assistance would have been from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program, and that you are automatically enrolled. We provided a letter on January 17th, 2022, stating you are automatically enrolled in that program. On January 27th, 2022, a payment of $152.04 was provided to Black Hills Energy from the Colorado Department of Human Services for energy assistance. On February 24th, 2022, $17.02 was applied to your account from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program for since you were automatically enrolled in LEAP. On February 25th, 2022, a payment of $152.03 was made from the Colorado Department of Human Services and applied to your account. Could you scroll down, please? May 26, 2022, is that correct?
Looks like there's.
That's the last entry on that page.
Okay. So then on we covered February 25th, 2022. On March 29th, 2022, $17.02 was applied from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Payment, Assistance Payment Program. And then on March 28th, 2022, there was $23.02 applied from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program. And on May 26, 2022, $23.02 was applied to your account as a credit from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program that you were automatically enrolled in.
So, thank you for that, Ms. Springer. Mr. Hilton, do you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Springer?
Yes, can I pull up another agenda, please?
Of course.
I'll pull up exhibit 106 from my documents.
$106. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, can you look at this? Why is my billing history so different from your billing history? Why do I have receipts for all the payments that shown made from 127? Oh, you took my payments and called energy. I'm not sure what happened here, but I have documents that I pay every single payment from this record. We can scroll 106 and keep going. All the green are payments made. All the yellow are my bill dates from start of service. And you can go to the next 106 and scroll up to the next 106. And it stops here at 125 right here on mine, or 125, but I do have more documentation from my bank to follow up. Why is mine so different from yours? Why was I notified by any bill, but why have not heard anything about any bill system?
Okay, thank you for that question. Ms. Springer, I think heard and understood you, and now she will attempt to answer this question. And if you would let her finish before asking the next question, that would be appreciated. Go on, Ms. Springer.
Yes, so if I understand correctly, Mr. Hilton, you're asking why is the document that is shown here as 106 different from the spreadsheet we have submitted as document 204, exhibit 204. And
no, I'm sorry, misunderstanding. What I'm asking is, why do I have receipts for payments of every bill that I paid to Black Hills since start of service? Reflecting here with the green of my payments, the yellow of my bills. And I have documents showing every payment. every payment.
In what you presented earlier today, Mr. Hilton, when you testified,
Okay.
you payments, and each of the payments that you showed in your documentation do match up with payments that we have provided in the spreadsheet in the exhibit 204 that we have provided. So the payments match. The bills on this spreadsheet, what is showing as document 106 is a download from our Black Hills Energy website, and it consolidates all information together. So it does not split it out between gas or electric to show you where payments come from or how they're split up. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Springer. That see, mine does reflect the gas and electric difference. That's what I'm saying. I got this document I got this March 22nd. 2 days after my disconnection. As you know, I was very upset. I did not get a disconnection notice. I was not notified or disconnected by Colorado PUC policy. I don't know anything about a $700 bill. Just every time I get a notice, I ask you. Now, my main question is, I have receipts for every payment that I've made. It shows I paid you $3,000. I have the numbers already figured out. I don't see any reflection of any. You say I'm automatically qualified for BEEP or whatever. How is that possible? My income ratio is not possible. I wouldn't be qualified for that. I wouldn't apply. All I did was apply for service. The only letter I have from you guys on 12/17/2022 is welcome to Black Hills.
sorry, Mr. Hilton, I'm not sure what the question is. Could you repeat?
I'm asking you why my record and my payment history, I know where I paid from. All of my payments are from my bank. You know, I use my PayPal, business account, and other accounts. But I have documents of every payment. So your bill history doesn't start. Your bill history says I was getting energy assistance. So any payments that I made, you understand me? I would not be in any financial detriment to pay my bills. I can afford my bills. I have a USDA 502 loan, 38 years here. Okay, I paid most of it already. So I had to bless. That was 2021. I'm working on other things. I live by myself. I keep hearing about caretaker or helper. Down here, I have 2 service dogs, Diane and Kieran.
Mr. Hilton,
That's
could
it.
you please repeat those last 2 sentences? Thank you.
Yes, I'll have no problem paying my bill. As you look at my bill history that I received, stamp Black Hills. That's the one you created because the address can get any energy system from day of start. Every bill that I received, I paid. And I'm showing that in the documentation. Okay, this is receipt. Now, I didn't get this from no website. Well, they only were going to try to give me the August at first. I'll reflect that in the email.
Mr. Hilton, you're welcome to ask Ms. Springer a question. I have not heard a question in a little while.
Okay, I'm asking how come the bill history that I have is different from what she has created? Because, like I said, every payment that I made, I can document. And I know every bill I received. I know there was no energy assistance. So my question is, Your Honor, is why is my bill history different?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Because
Okay.
Ms. Springer can answer this question.
Let's go. Okay, Your Honor, let's pull up 106 again, the first one, please. Go down to the first one. Okay. I'm asking here. I had a bill on $35. Had another one, $127 for $128. And I paid $128 and I paid $21. Okay? That another month, a little more. I'm running out to the phone here. Every bill I was getting, I'm making payments. You understand? In the green. There was no energy assistance. Nothing given to me. I didn't need anything. Why would I need something for a couple $100 bill?
Okay, so if I understand your question, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to ask a question that you didn't ask. you're asking, how come the amounts that are highlighted in green on this first page of what's been admitted as hearing exhibit 106, how come these amounts don't account for or don't show payment assistance, or is that your question?
No, sir. No, sir.
So what is your
The honor, I've already told you, I have documents of every payment I ever sent to Black Hill. This document here is showing the first bill I received and the first payments I ever made. I was never behind, and I never should have had any billing assistance. See, they're beep or late, whatever they consider. All that sounds like a trap. Okay.
But I don't
Now,
understand your question. I
I want to
understand.
know how come the payments that I have receipts for are not being shown on her documents from the start of service.
What is her document?
I'm sorry. I had pulled up the one. I want to see. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't know if you understand here. I don't speak well, and I wrote all my statements out. That was it. That's law. I don't speak well.
Okay, I'll let you look for it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I understand.
have to look.
I understand, Mr. Hilton. Just hear me just 1 second. I will let you look for it, and I'll give you the time to present whatever else you need or ask whatever other question you need.
No, sir. I haven't got an answer yet. I want to know how come the payments that I have received for are not reflected on the document.
You have to let me and Ms. Springer finish. It appears that Ms. Springer understands your question perhaps better than I did. So I will try to let her answer your question as if she's willing to.
So this document that is showing is just showing the electric side of the account. So even though the accounts were combined at the beginning.
Ms. Springer, hold on, stop. This is the whole billing history. I mean, I sent this to you. I presented this is everything here. I remember right here, my account number was one number. Okay? So whatever the bill was, I paid it.
So, Mr. Hilton.
No, you're not answering the question, please. I would not.
Wait, you asked, Mr. Hilton, you asked her.
Okay.
She's answering it to the best of her ability.
She's not answering the question. Where are the payments that I made in green? Why are not they reflected on your statement? They weren't given to me.
The payment on January 27th from your document of 106 or exhibit 106 is not just a payment of 123.08. 123.08 applied to the electric, 28.96 applied to the gas, and that was the 152.04 that was provided to us from Colorado the Department of Human Services.
Okay,
so,
hold on. So they're going to give me money when I can afford my bill. I don't see why it happened. Why would they do that? Again, every bill that I got in yellow, I paid in green. And this all 106, and I have other statements to back that up. More payments. I can use off my bank from whatever cards. I have everything scanned. I only presented what I thought was needed. And you still haven't answered my question. But how come my payments are reflected on your document? That 123, that $21, that all that money paid by myself. Me. There was no energy assistance.
Okay, so what is your question?
Okay, her document starts off that I had somebody give me energy assistance, Your Honor. Here. Come on, guys. Come on. Hold on. No, I'm on this little iPhone because my iPad's dying. I'm in charge here. Hold on, give me a second. No, I don't. Okay, let's just get document 103 again. This is created by Ms. Springer on 5/15/2022 and sent to me. Her document here, start of service, does not reflect any payments I made. It says off the off the top of my first deal, I was getting energy assistance by people. I don't even get food stamps. How do they know I'm here?
Okay, so I think I understand your question. So the question now is, where are on this document, where do we see
where's my money? Yes,
that the payments made by
myself, by me,
by Mr.
Yes.
by Mr. Hilton? Now,
Yes.
I will let Ms. Springer try to answer that, but please.
Okay, let's not talking. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Springer.
So Mr. Hilton's first payment that Black Hills Energy received and has documentation of was on February 4th of 2022 in the amount of $51.04. And then on March 3rd of 2022, Mr. Hilton made another payment of $80. And then if you scroll down, May 3rd of 2022, there was a payment of $40. May 11th, there was a payment of $40. On June 3rd, 2022, there was a payment of $200. It looks like that is all that is on this page. Those are all Mr. Hilton's payments that Black Hills Energy has received.
And I think Mr. Hilton's question was, how come these amounts don't match the amounts that are showing on what's been admitted as hearing exhibit 106?
Hearing exhibit 106 is a document downloaded from Black Hills Energy website to show history at the property. So where it says service agreement ID 584-697-1470, that is just describing the electric service. That's what the service agreement is, which is different from an account number. So this is referring only to the electric transactions that have occurred at this property during this time. So the amounts are going to show a little bit different because, for example, on January 27th, the actual payment we received was the $152.04, but only $123.08 was applied to the electric side of it. On the exhibit 204, which is what I have submitted, it shows cumulative between gas and electric and the breakdowns between all of them.
Mr. Hilton, okay. Do you have any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Springer. Mr. Hilton, do you have any other questions for Ms. Springer? Mr. Hilton, go ahead.
Can I present another document for Ms. Springer? She's the one to talk to here.
Yes,
I
please.
would like to pull up document 102.
102.
Ms. Springer. Hold
Yes.
on, hold on. Hello?
Where?
Okay. No, 102. Let's scroll. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. This one is 102. It's only one document. That's not it. Is it? Okay.
This is 102.
Okay, yeah. So I want to scroll all the way to the end one. The last presentation is exhibit 102.
Okay.
All the way, keep going. All right, stop here. Now, this is what I received from Black Hills on 322. This shows everything. This is on the cover page. It's like, I don't know, I can count pages. Hold on, let me go to my Adobe. I can count, there's how many pages it is.
Mr. Hilton, are you forming a question for Ms. Springer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry about that. The bills I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 pages of documents here for billing history. It's reflecting gas and electric. I don't understand why my billing history and the one you created is different, because see, that's not possible. And you need energy assistance, that's in your letter notifying you. I didn't get no notification of this.
All right. What is your question with respect to this document, with hearing exhibit 102 to Ms. Springer?
This exhibit, I wanted to show her that this wasn't just a download from the internet.
Well, it is not about showing, it's about asking Ms. Springer a question. So would you, if you have a question for Ms. Springer, would you please ask it?
Okay, Ms. Springer, I have, my billing history has 10 pages of information, and every bill that I paid and every bill that I had. You're not reflecting any of my payments. There was no energy assistance on any time in 2022, except for when Leak gave me the $620 in June 30th. They're supposed to be applied.
Okay,
Which,
so
yeah.
what is the question, Mr.
I'm not understanding why her document says energy assistance, and I made payments, and I've shown, look at my other filings, I have shown every payment that has been made. I have documents. I have no documents of any energy assistance as started service. I will not apply. I will not be. I will not be qualified for any energy service. I don't know. I know I had issue about the furnace and the big thing, but it's over now. But yeah, how come?
Mr. Hilton, do you have a question from Ms. Springer? I understand what you're saying, but it is now your time to cross-examine Ms. Springer.
All right. So all the payments that I've made to Black Hills, where are they?
We've applied any payment that we have received from Mr. Hilton to his account. We can, if we want to look at exhibit 204, I'd be happy to show him the dates, but those are payments applied. If there's other payments that have not been made or applied, we would need documentation to show that those payments.
Okay, Ms. Springer, I don't really need the documentation because I know what payments I made because I have my own record. So I'm asking again, because if you look at my emails, you see the Black Hills, I started saying, so the money I paid all you guys, all this money to be applied to this. Oh, they can't do this, they can't do that. I'll be running around. I want to know, where is the money that I have on record paying $3,000 for?
Mr. Hilton, Ms. Springer answered this question. She said that all of the payments that you have made are reflected.
She's incorrect, because if that was the truth, she would have the exact same amount that I have on my account, because I have records of all mine. And that's not true, Your Honor, because I have records that I paid Black Hills.
Okay.
I'm opening my bank account now and going back. I can go back and pay back.
If you have a specific payment that you do not believe, or several payments that you do not believe were applied to your account, I would advise you. I would think it would be a good idea for you to ask Ms. Springer about those payments right now, but you might.
I am, and she's telling me other things that I have already presented. That I made every payment. It's all in green, and in his receipts. Let him put more.
Okay, and what? Well, if you believe that there are payments that were not.
I believe, Your Honor, I made payments. I went to Black Hills. Where else would go?
Okay, so if you believe that there have been payments that were not applied to your account, you're more than as Ms. Springer about those right now. I would advise you to give her the date and the amount so that she can respond.
We can go back. Hold on. Sorry. All right. Exhibit 106 all 4 entries. Again, the green is my payment. The yellow are my bills. I
And
don't
which,
see how. Okay, I'm sorry.
no, I mean, you need to ask a question. So you are,
I didn't ask you a question. Where are the payments that I made in the green? Those are documented.
okay,
That's not
So-
what I believe the payments were made. Those are payments that I made out of my money. All the green markings. I don't see
Okay.
anything. There's no energy assistance. Do you understand that, Your Honor? I don't know where they come with that. This document here, 106, is basically the Bible.
So again, your question is,
Where are my payments that I have in the green
what,
of all 106?
what documents show that you made those payments that are marked in green on the first
Yep.
page of
Yep.
hearing exhibit 106?
The link can go all 106.
Okay,
All payment
now
receipts.
let's try to let Ms. Springer respond to this question.
Okay, so okay.
Just to make sure I understand, we're asking, sorry, is the question, where are the payments from 106 that are
What-
marked green?
What documents show that you have accounted for the Mr. Hilton's alleged payments based on this statement that are marked in green on this first page of hearing exhibit 106?
So exhibit 204 will document these same, the same.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. All of 106. All document 106 are payments, and the yellow are bills. Okay,
Okay, but what is your question?
how come on her documents my payments are not reflected on her documents? I want to know where the money I paid went. Again, every payment in the green are payments not alleged. I've already shown in formal complaints and answers to answers. Okay, I even tried emailing, and the more information they give me, I see the more faults. Again, there's no energy assistance from day one. 106 is the Bible. Every green payment is no alleged. It came out of my payments. No alleged payments. Again, I was not qualified because I am not like in war or I don't know what station I am. I'm a retired chef for 27 years.
Okay. I will try to let Ms. Springer answer this one more time, and we'll see.
The payments that Black Hills Energy has received from Mr. Hilton, there is one reflected here on February 4th.
Okay, see, that's just what that's your Honor. See, the green marks on 106 are all verified payments. You don't understand. Let's go all.
We understand, but you also have to let Ms. Springer finish, because she might have answered your question if you would let her finish. Well, we don't know we don't know what she's planning on saying when she's interrupted. So please let her finish.
The first payment Black Hills Energy received from Mr. Hilton was the payment on February 4th. That total payment was $51.04. Out of that, $21.06 was applied to the electric.
Ms. Springer, stop. This is not true. Okay, let's go back to 106. This document here is not true. Okay, so let's start again. This document 106. The yellow are my bills, and the greens are my payments. Let's go again. I haven't marked any assistance payments into the payments I made. All that's different. We can go through everything you like. I tried this before. See, there is energy assistance, but it didn't come until June of 2022. Now, this is a getting service. Again, I am not in financial need, especially when I bought the house.
But
There's no reason.
Mr.
Okay.
Hilton,
I want to know where every payment
Hilton,
went.
you're asking a question, then you interrupt her, and then you say that you're not in financial need. So
Your Honor, because she's not telling me where the money is. She's saying something about the first payment in February.
she doesn't need to tell you where the money is. She needs to answer your
No,
She's
Your Honor, the first
doing
payment
that
I
to
made
her
was on
ability.
1/27/2022. That's the first payment I made. Okay? Every payment in green is payment
What is
out
your
of my
question,
pocket.
Mr. Hilton? What is your question to Ms.
Where
Spring?
is the payments I made in the green? She said February 4th. That's not true.
What do you mean
payment
where?
I made,
What do you mean where? When you say where, what do you
okay.
mean?
She said the first payment she received from me was February 4th of $51. That's not true. The first payment that she received from me was on January 27, 2022 of $123.08.
And
That
it's
was out of my pocket.
all right. Okay, so let's make this one question. Ms. Springer,
Where is that money?
how do you respond to that question that appears to show discrepancy between what Mr. Hilton paid according to hearing exhibit 106 on January 27, 2022, and the other documents that you have previously admitted into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. So document 106 or exhibit 106 is reflecting electric usage for 901 Maple, which is what is designated by the service agreement ID number. So December 30th.
Oh, Ms. Springer, hold on, stop again. You forget that was the only account number. Remember my welcome letter, it states that same account number. Stop. There's only one account number. I just told you the cover for this document I received. It starts out with GRGS, gas and electric together. They gave me everything they could on 3/22/2022. Okay? This is what they gave me. I did data requests later. I did two, one for electric, one for gas. I never got data because what I got was your assumption. A data request looks something similar to this document here, but this has been more specific on meter reads, etc. What you just did was you created something that I don't know. And that's not true because every payment here, hold on, Your Honor. They're not explaining. Every payment in the green came out of my pocket. You're telling me about some payments in February. That's not true. I just bought this house. How can I be behind already? Come on. That's not true, Your Honor. It's not true. It's not true.
Mr. Hilton, this is not right now your time to testify. It is your time to ask Ms. Springer questions to which Ms. Springer can answer to the best, should answer to the best of her ability.
Okay.
I have gone, Mr. Hilton, please, hold on, please, Mr. Hilton. I have gone above and beyond in helping you, in trying to help you form the questions for Ms. Springer. This is not my role. I am not your lawyer. Nonetheless, I have attempted to help you in forming these questions. You continuously interrupt me and interrupt Ms. Springer. You ask a question, you don't let her finish, and then you keep going on about how it is possible that you were already enrolled in January of 2022 when you had just purchased a house with the assistance program. We went in this circle maybe 6 or 7 times by now. So I will give you one more time to ask Ms. Springer a question. Let her answer. I will let her answer to the best of her ability, and then we'll move on to the next question.
You know, I don't want to ask you more questions because what they're presenting is not real. And I'll pass. I'll rest. Go ahead. Proceed. My documents are real. Theirs not.
Okay. So you do not have any further questions for Ms. Springer?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mr. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Sopkin, whether you rest.
Your Honor, am I going to get a chance for redirect?
Yes, and actually, let me ask Ms. Springer a couple of what I think are quick questions. Yes, just one moment, Mr. Sopkin. I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Hilton. I am happy to provide you with the opportunity to ask a question of Ms. Springer, provided that you wait for a response. I understand that you don't believe that the information that they provided is correct or accurate. I understand that. But if you have a question, I would urge you to ask it, and I would urge you to wait for a response, a full response by Ms. Springer. So I'm asking you one more time whether you have any further questions for Ms. Springer.
No, I apologize. I'm a father of 3, grandfather of 2, and sometimes when things just aren't right, the father. I can't ask her any more questions because I don't want any more incorrect answers. I rest.
Okay, understood. Now I will ask you, Ms. Springer, a couple of quick questions, if I may. Stephanie, would you please put hearing exhibit 207 on the screen? So you testified that there are certain things. I understand that this is a back office type of a snapshot of from a back office program that shows that Mr. Hilton signed up for budget, as well as I believe you mentioned an online account. I'm sorry, automatic payments from his bank account. Could you please tell me what steps need to take place for this to show up on the back end, for these two entries, if you will, to end up on the back end of this software?
Yes, Your Honor. So a customer who would have this show up this way would have to go to the Black Hills Energy website. They would have to create what we call a profile, which is creating a username and a password. And then once they have that username and password, they have to link that profile to their account information they want to link it to. So the account information, to do that, they have to submit the customer's name, customer's address, the customer's account number, and the customer's phone number. If all those pieces of information match, it will connect them to the account. And from there, they can visit our payment options to enroll in that by providing the bank account information and then selecting, I want to enroll in this program. And then the budget would be separate from providing the bank account information. It would just go to the budget program and enter the information and say, it would enter there's a box that says, I want to enroll in this program, and they would provide that information and it would enroll them and take this documentation.
Okay, I understood. So essentially the entry on the bottom that ends with 791 is the first one that's generated once the person created the account. And then once the person, you said disenrollment or disenrollment feature, I may be paraphrasing, but you by that you mean the budget billing option. Is that correct?
We do have an option, Your Honor, where as a customer is filling out the automatic withdrawal information, there is a box on that same page, so they may not have to go to a separate location where our budget is housed. It will say, do you also want to enroll in the budget billing program? So it could have been done all in one transaction, selecting both different, I want to enroll in both of those programs, or they could have enrolled in one and then gone to the other one and enrolled in that one.
Okay, Okay, understood. And again, just to put a bow on it, this won't generate unless the person goes onto your website, links his accounts, does all the steps that you just mentioned, correct?
Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. And then with respect to the LEAP program, how do you know that the customer is a LEAP? Well, let me ask it differently. Is your only way of knowing that the customer signed up for LEAP benefits when you receive the check from LEAP? And if not, then what other ways are there for you to know that the person is signed on to with the LEAP program?
So one way is to receive the check from LEAP, as you mentioned, Your Honor. The other way is for the Energy Assistance Department to notify us. So there's two ways that they can notify us. They can contact us and tell us that they are going to provide a payment to us in a certain amount, or they can go through what we have on our website for just energy assistance agencies. They have to have a username and password provided to them, but they can go into that portal and guarantee a certain amount of funds as well. So it either has to be we receive a check, or they have to tell us via phone call or through our portal that only they have access to.
And do you know which of these methods were used in this Mr. Hilton's case?
The initial were all us receiving the check itself but we did receive one on the most recent one for his electric that was called in as a guarantee on his account.
Okay. These are all of my questions. Mr. Sopkin, thank you very much, Ms. Springer. You're not quite yet excused. I think Mr. Sopkin has a few more questions for you. When you're ready, Mr. Sopkin, the witness is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please pull up Exhibit 103. Ms. Springer, this has been represented to be a portion of the spreadsheet that was previously sent to Mr. Hilton. And you were asked the question of why would Mr. Hilton be receiving the energy assistance payments beginning on January 26, 2022. And these are shown in yellow highlight there. And you had briefly discussed that some of the payments were from BEEP and some of the payments were from, I think you said, the Colorado Department of Human Services, if I recall. So could you please explain how is it that these payments could be made on for energy assistance for Mr. Hilton so early after he started service with Black Hills?
The Black Hills Energy Assistance Program payments, so in reference to the document on the screen, on January 26th, they used $17.02. That payment is from the Black Hills Energy Assistance Program, and that he was automatically enrolled in, which we previously testified that there is a letter that we sent to Mr. Hilton on January 17th saying he was automatically enrolled. So those payments are applied to his account automatically. The payment on January 27th, 2022 for $152.04, that was a payment received from the LEAP program. How Mr. Hilton received LEAP or qualified, I'm unable to answer that, as I do not know how he could have, but whether he did it himself or if somebody else did it on behalf of him. I believe Mr. Hilton testified that he needed help with getting his furnace paid for. Maybe that was a portion of what created the LEAP assistance. But I can't state why LEAP decided to provide payments to Black Hills Energy for Mr. Hilton. All Black Hills Energy knows is that they received a payment in the amount of $152.04 from the Colorado Department of Human Services, which would be LEAP.
Okay, and so the energy assistance payments are shown in that column that are highlighted in yellow. And then as far as the payments that Mr. Hilton made himself, where are those shown?
That's in the column next to the energy assistance labeled customer payment. So for example, on February 4th, 2022, the first payment listed there was $51.04. And that payment was what Black Hills Energy received from Mr. Hilton.
All right, and is the same format shown in exhibit, without going to exhibit 204 right now, shown in exhibit 204, there's an energy assistance payment column and a customer payment column?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to exhibit 106, please. And then this, you were asked questions from Mr. Hilton about this document with regard to the payment shown in green. First question, above that, there's a service agreement ID. What is that service agreement ID?
That is referring to just the electric portion of Mr. Hilton's account. His account number is different than the service agreement. So his account number is 584-697-0986. And as you can see from the screen, the service agreement number is different by a few digits because that represents only the electric portion of his bill, what is reflected below.
Okay, and why does this only show the electric portion of the bill?
With having both gas and electric on one account, Black Hills Energy attempts to try to separate the two so they can be a little bit they could be understood separately instead of cumulatively.
Okay, and then with regard to the amounts shown in green, Mr. Hilton represented that all of that comes from his own pocket. Is that what Black Hills records show as shown on exhibit 204?
No, only some of those payments reflect in Black Hills documentation as some from Mr. Hilton and some from energy assistance.
Okay. And then with regard to exhibit 102, if we could pull that up. Going down to the very bottom, please. All right, with regard to this last page, page 6 of exhibit 102, let's start with the account number. What account number is that?
That is the combined account number for gas and electric. And this document represented here is showing usage history for only the gas portion of that account.
Okay, and so what does this document show looking at the various columns here?
So the first column, the read date, that is when we actually obtained a meter reading from the meter itself. The type of service, those are designations for Black Hills Energy to designate between the gas and electric. GS stands for gas. The number of days reflects how many days were in that meter read cycle and billing cycle. So between, for example, January 25th, 2023 and February 2023, February 23 of 2023, there was 29 days in between those two. The amount for 1 month would be listed in the amount column corresponding to each month. The usage would reflect the usage that was that went through the meter during that time frame. And if there was any kind of demand, there is no demand on the gas side, but if there was gas demand, it would have a factor in.
Okay. All right, thank you for that explanation. And then finally, with regard, if we could pull up exhibit 204 one more time. And then just a general question about this entire document, this Springer, does this document show from the inception of Mr. Hilton's gas and electric service with Black Hills at 901 Maple Avenue, Rocky Ford, Colorado? Does this document show all of the payments that were made by Mr. Hilton and all of the energy assistance payments made by other energy assistance organizations, again, from the inception of his service to present day?
It has all the documentation Black Hills Energy has received for payments for Mr. Hilton from energy assistance from the beginning and the inception of his account through today.
And has there been any proof of payment presented by Mr. Hilton to Black Hills that is not reflected in this document?
No evidence that I have seen.
Your Honor, those are all of my questions.
Thank you very much. Does Black Hill rest?
Black Hills rest, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Springer. I appreciate it. You are excused. Mr. Hilton, do you have any rebuttal evidence? And just so rebuttal evidence is any evidence that tends to refute or contradicts the evidence that was presented by Black Hills. I understand that you believe that some of the evidence you already presented contradicts the evidence that that Black Hills presented. Do you have any additional documents that you would like to present now?
Item 112. Exhibit 112.
One what?
112.
Well, that's not a new exhibit.
No, it's my exhibit. No, the Springer claimed the documents I have was only for my electric bill. This document that I have for gas and electric contradicts what he said.
Okay, explain why it contradicts what she says.
Well, she just explained the document that I had was only focused on electric he claimed. But this document has the figures for both gas and electric, also separates the usage right here.
Okay, anything else you'd like to say about?
No.
Okay, Mr. Sopkin, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Anything else? Any other rebuttal evidence, Mr. Hilton? Apologize.
Well, I will have my formal complaint or the answer for Black Hills has formulated, but I have documentation of all my payments. And I'm not seeing any of my payments. I'm being told, I'm giving money, I'm being told dates that are not correct. And again,
do you have any specific evidence, whether it was introduced or not, that would contradict or refute any of the evidence presented by Black Hills?
1 second here. Not even a second. Hold on. This is earlier. Hold on. I'm logging into my time back.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you looking for an additional document that would rebut any of the testimony presented by Black Hills?
You know what? Right now, the documents I presented How can Black Hill's information is not correct. If you look in my complaints, again, my answer, everything I produce or can be verified. Liz Medina from Leak highlighted on the bottom of every letter I have from Leak. Contact her and see if their claims are true. In fact, I'm gonna call her later.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last part of what you said.
Hold on. I don't know how to explain, but my documents are too. I have no way to. I only have what I present for right now. I can't speak right now.
You only have what you presented as evidence? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. I'm saying that my formal complaint, my answers, their answers, everything that I filed, the Colorado PUC, contradicts everything they said with proof and documents, sir. The item that she just presented today was created on 5/15. It's not accurate. It's not even verified. It doesn't say, it doesn't have my account number either. No, it's just like somebody made it.
Okay.
But, okay, I don't know what to say right now. I don't know what to do right now. I can't speak hard. I do not speak well. Very painful.
I'm sorry it is painful for you. I understand. Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Would you like me to admit as evidence your complaint and the supporting exhibits? Admit into evidence.
Yes, and I found an answer to the answer. Can you please admit that also?
And the answer is already in evidence. So
no, that was there. No, I found an answer to that answer.
Your response to the answer.
Yes,
So,
sir. Yes,
okay.
yes.
So would you like me to admit into the evidentiary record, in this case, your complaint, the supporting exhibits to the complaint, and your response to the answer that was filed by Black Hills, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Sopkin, do you have any objection?
No objection.
So, Mr. Hilton's complaint, and I will provide some dates here in just one moment. I'm sorry, actually I can get it easily here. Complaint. Mr. Hilton's complaint that was filed on April 7, 2023, including its supporting exhibits, is admitted as hearing exhibit 200 and sorry. Should we, is it 12? Did we use 12, Stephanie?
Mr. Hilton's numbers are 100 to 199. I think he went up to 115.
You're correct. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I confused myself. Thank you.
Okay.
So 100 and let me see here.
116 would be the next number.
16. Okay. So
That's what I have also, Your Honor.
okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate your help with this. So as I mentioned, the formal complaint filed by Mr. Hilton on April 7, 2023, and its supporting exhibits is admitted as hearing exhibit 116. And Mr. Hilton's response to the answer that was filed by Mr. Hilton on May 2nd, 2023 is admitted as hearing exhibit 117.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, in lieu of closing statements, I was thinking of allowing the parties to submit a closing statement of position. I will not allow both. Neither party is, of course, required to submit a statement of position. But let me hear your thoughts about a written statement of position in lieu of a oral closing statement. Mr. Hilton, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I feel the evidence from my filings support my claim, and I'm going to rest with that.
Okay, would you like to submit? Was this your closing statement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And okay. And Mr. All right, then I will change my mind. Mr. Sopkin, given that I've given Mr. Hilton the opportunity to provide an oral closing statement, why would you like to make a closing statement, an oral closing statement?
Sure, and I can be very brief, Your Honor.
Of course, please go ahead.
Your Honor, and I'll do this sort of in the same order that I presented Ms. Springer's testimony, which is looking at the answer to Mr. Hilton's complaint. Mr. Hilton's first allegation was that no gas has been used at his property since his move-in date. And, I think we heard through the testimony adduced that the 3 technicians came to the house, all verified that the meter was working just fine. There's no leaks. And 2 of the 3 technicians saw that there was a wall furnace there, and that and the pilot light was working, and in fact there was energy flowing into the house. It's unclear whether and to what extent the water heater may have been used. The pilot light was lit when it was when the first technician came in. But regardless of what appliances used therms, used gas in the house, something did, because the meter was working fine. There were no leaks, and so it shows there was a usage in the early months. It shows no usage during the summer, which is understandable if the weather's warm and perhaps the water heater is not hooked up. And then it shows usage again through the winter, and then no usage again in the last month during the summer. All of that makes sense, consistent with normal usage of natural gas. So that's and we have Ms. Springer's testimony about the actual meter reads that occurred. We believe it is not our burden to show exactly what appliances were in his house and what was using what. It's only our burden to show that therms were being used, the meter was read, and there's no showing that there's anything wrong with the meter. With regard to Mr. Hilton's allegations regarding disconnection for non-payment and disputing the balance of the bill, and also saying there was no authorization to split the account into 2 separate accounts, I think what the evidence shows is that Black Hills has gone above and beyond in trying to help Mr. Hilton get his bill paid. That includes enrolling him in assistance in the BEEP program, and also in budget billing. And the company did so according to its tariff language. It did nothing wrong with enrolling Mr. Hilton with regard to that. And it's apparent that somebody set up an account in the very beginning that asked for budget billing as well. And that person had all of the name, address, account information, and even a bank number to do that. And so Black Hills has been attempting to work with Mr. Hilton over 25 phone calls, 35 emails, chat session, and during the phone call, we heard the customer service representative helping Mr. Hilton avoid disconnection back in September 2022 by splitting the bills out into gas and electric. And it's our view it would be a mistake to combine those bills, but Mr. Hilton has the right to tell the company, don't combine those bills anymore. I think Ms. Springer suggested that there'll be fewer options if he does that, but that's up to him whether he wants to do that. He could also refuse LEAP and BEEP assistance, but again, we wouldn't advise that because as we've seen in Exhibit 204, those assistance agencies have provided thousands of dollars of assistance for Mr. Hilton, and it would be a mistake not to accept that assistance. But that's up to him as well. And so there's been several allegations about Mr. Hilton alleging that there are payments he made that haven't been reflected, and that the only payments made were from his own pocket, and that he has overpaid Black Hills by over $1,400. There's just simply no evidence of that. None has been presented by Mr. Hilton. Every single dollar that he has paid is reflected in Exhibit 204. Every single dollar that the energy assistance payments made is reflected in Exhibit 204. There's not a single piece of evidence that anything he paid is not reflected in his account. And so there were months when no payments were made. There were months when payments were made. Even today, even with Mr. Hilton not paying any amount since March 21 of this year, it's been 4 months in which Mr. Hilton claimed he will not pay another cent to Black Hills until all of this is rectified. Even with all of that, the company is working with Mr. Hilton, has not disconnected him again, and has provided a credit for the $417 transfer from his old residence to this residence. We have agreed to simply waive that charge, and we're offering to provide budget billing again. He has a credit on the gas side, so there's no problem with the gas side of the account. There's never been any disconnection on the gas side of the account. On the electric side of the account, he owes somewhere around $1,000 right now. But even with all of that and this history, we are willing to go to budget billing, which will reduce that amount in the first month to $329. And the reason why that amount seems somewhat high is because there have been no payments made for the last 4 months. That's why once he starts making regular payments again, that amount will go down over time. And that's what we want to happen. It is the absolute last resort for a company, for a utility to ever disconnect a customer. It only does so as a last resort. And it does it because it's unfair to other customers if a customer is not paying. And so, with all that, Your Honor, we believe that the company has acted reasonably and has attempted to work with Mr. Hilton in every conceivable sense. And we ask for a ruling as soon as possible because the months are going by, and Mr. Hilton is refusing to pay any more until there's a final decision of the commission. And we do think that's unfair to other customers. So thank you, Your Honor, for listening to my closing.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton, for your closing statement, and thank you, Mr. Sopkin, for your closing statement. I will take this matter under advisement and issue a written recommended decision. And with that said, we are adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.